Microphone test. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Day One Founders Academy. My name is Gordon Doherty. 123, 123.
Mic check. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Welcome. Grab some coffee, take a seat. We're going to get started. Welcome to day 2. Who came yesterday? Lots of people? Did you go to the happy hour? Any after parties or too early in the week? Too early in the week. Okay. Well, good morning. Welcome to the entrepreneurship track at Austin Tech Week. Woohoo, yeah. My name is Elisa Sepulveda. I'm a VP of Startup Banking at JP Morgan Chase. Been in this ecosystem for a while. It's great to see some new and familiar faces, and I'm thrilled to be your host today. Austin has long been a city where creativity meets courage. Today, we're celebrating that spirit of founders who build, break, and bet on themselves. Please join me in kicking off today with Kumar Vinakota with Cole Shots, our track sponsor.
Thank you, Elise. So the track sponsor is a trial attorney in federal court. You're probably wondering, why am I up here? Raise your hand if you think you are disruptive. Okay. Keep your hand up if you have a good lawyer. Okay. The ones that put their hand down, are you really disruptive? Look, first of all, welcome everyone. This is probably 2 years ago was when I last started sponsoring. This used to be called Austin Startup Week. I used to have my own baby law firm in Dallas and loved coming here. And part of the reason why I came here was on the trial side of representing tech companies like yourself and seeing all the pitfalls. And what really happened was at the beginning, right here at this stage, were you protected properly? And so I came down from Dallas. I have some of my colleagues from New Jersey and even in Austin. We're gonna have a panel later today to talk about the do's and don'ts and what we've seen in the legal side of what you innovators and entrepreneurs are gonna do. So again, it's a real honor for us to be here. We look forward to talking and meeting with everyone. And then, by the way, for the record, I went to UT Law, but I am an Aggie. So Gigamags, and welcome again, everyone. Thanks.
Thank you. In my former life, I was a VC, and I will agree, you really need a good lawyer, especially early on. So keep that in mind. All right, we're going to get started with our first session. It is Founders Academy, establishing a solid foundation. We're joined by someone who's helped shape the startup ecosystem as we know it here in Austin. Please join me in welcoming Gordon Doherty, best-selling author, veteran startup founder, and co-founder of Capital Factory. With over 500 startup investments and decades of executive experience, Gordon's here to help you build your foundation right. Let's give him a big Austin welcome.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. All right, today is going to be a great day for me, not just because I get to spend time with you, but about 20 minutes ago, my middle daughter messaged me that she's going into the early stages of labor with my fourth grandson. Sorry, my fourth grandchild, second grandson. So anyway, this is going to be a great day for me. I'm going to do my best to put my focus on you and not on that. So you heard a little bit about my bio. Maybe it's in the program. Maybe you and I know each other. Maybe you've read some things about me. It is true that I've made more than 500 or 600 investments as a venture capitalist with Capital Factory. It's true that I've advised, I don't know how many thousands of startups over the long period of time, but really it's my 28-year career in tech before co-founding Capital Factory, where I bring most of my experience that I'm going to talk about today. About half of those 28 years were in Fortune 500s, big tech companies, and the other half was in startups and early stage, high growth chaos. We took a company public. We sold another one to a Fortune 500. We crashed one into the side of a mountain in a ball of flames. And so really it's the stories that I have, the mistakes I've made, the battle scars all over my body, the gray in my hair that's standing in front of you today. I don't have an Ivy League MBA. I never worked for an investment bank. So really you can say I'm a layman that's speaking from successes and failures. Today is first day of Founders Academy. I recognize a couple familiar faces. I can tell some of you have already been through my Founders Academy that I do outside of Austin Tech Week. First day is on fundamentals, foundation, things that every founder needs to know. And then tomorrow we're going to take some of the concepts that we're discussing today and we're going to parlay that into a full session on fundraising, okay? So hopefully you'll be able to join me for both days. At the end of this session, I won't be able to stay here at the stage because in 15 minutes there's another session. So I'm going to, as briskly as I can, make my way outside into the lobby area right there. So if y'all have some questions, for me, I can stick around for a bit. I will pause at the end of each of the 3 lectures. I can take 2 or 3 or 5 questions, depends on how we're tracking on time. It's only 9:58 instead of 10 o'clock, so that's pretty good. We're already 2 minutes ahead of time. But I do want you to know, just because of time and trying to optimize to get my 3 lectures in, we'll only be able to take 2 or 3 or 4 questions at the end of each lecture, and then I'm going to step outside and I can take more questions. Fair enough? All right, let's go. I want to start with idea development because this is kind of like the first thing that should happen. As founders, we're taught or we read, move fast and break things. And we think that might mean there needs to be 0 planning before we just start putting our hands on the keyboard or soldering iron. But it's much like, let's say, building a house. You wouldn't just go to Home Depot and buy a bunch of lumber and start framing the house. You'd probably do some planning ahead of time. And so the concept of idea development really is to assess the viability of your business plan as much as possible up front before you start hammering nails into 2x4s, okay? Before you put your hands on the keyboard or soldering iron. And this is because pivots made early, pivots actually even made before you get started, are amazingly valuable. When you have to pivot after you already have customers or after you've already raised some funding, it can be really painful. If it's a significant pivot, it could kill the company, and you've wasted time, you've wasted money. So we really would like to assess the viability of our business up front, if possible. Since I'm talking about viability, we're trying to assess the viability, I want to put it in context of a business life cycle. Every business pretty much has to go through this life cycle from left to right, with one exception that I'll describe. First, we want to validate that our business idea is desirable. Do people want it? Do people want to solve the problem that you're solving? Not just want it, actually, do they desperately need to solve the problem? If so, then the next thing we want to validate is feasibility. Can we build the thing that solves the problem that desperately needs to be solved? If so, then you are one of the fortunate ones that can then focus your energy on viability. And I define viability as a company whose lifetime value of a customer is significantly greater than the cost, the average cost to acquire that same customer. You see 2 greater than signs there, and it's not a typo. This is because if the lifetime value of a customer just barely exceeded the cost to acquire the customer, then we wouldn't have that leftover profit or that leftover lifetime value needed to pay for all the other functions of the company that aren't just customer acquisition, okay? And if we can reach a viable company, then congratulations, like you really become one of those small percentage that get to focus on the next exciting stages, which is scalability and sustainability. Scalable, how big can you grow? Sustainable, how long can you last? It does happen that a startup that is viable would become sustainable, but not scalable. It's the startup that could reach $5 or $10 million in annual revenue, profitable enough to sustain, but it just turns out to one of those ventures that can't become really big. And that's okay. A viable and sustainable company that doesn't get really big can be an amazing company. Super happy customers, employees that love working for the company, and a great culture. So that can be a great company. But in my world of venture investing, we look for companies that can be both scalable and potentially sustainable, okay? So viability is really important. How do we figure out ahead of time if what we're working on is viable? I wrote an article titled, "Your First Business Plan is a Huge List of Assumptions." You know, in the coffee shop, when either you by yourself or you with a prospective co-founder are riffing on your idea and you're writing it on a napkin, because every first business plan is supposed to be on a napkin so you can frame it later. Yeah, that napkin, what you're writing on there, most likely a majority, if not all of the statements you write on that napkin are assumptions. They're things you believe are true. And so if that's the case, why not really write them down. Don't just stop there. What are all of the assumptions that you are making at time equals 0 in order for your company to be viable, at least viable, and potentially scalable and sustainable? And so, if you struggle with writing this list or you don't know how to phrase it, just use my trick of starting each statement with, I believe, or we believe. And what is it you believe to be true? And some of those assumption statements, some of those we believe statements are going to relate to the problem you solve, the audience you'll serve, the alternatives they have for solving that problem, how you might monetize, how you might acquire customers, the team you'll build, blah, 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 blah. It's every chapter of the business plan probably deserves a handful or more assumption statements. Now, if we have this list of assumption statements, first off, if you see me a week from now here at Capital Factory and you say, hey, Gordon, I did that list and I got like 12 amazing questions, you probably won't see a big grin on my face and you definitely won't get a high five, because I get excited when it's a much longer list. I'm really trying to get coverage across the business plan. So if you tell me you have 40 assumption statements, now I start to get more excited. If you say 60, I go, wow, you really got coverage of the business plan. So now if we have 40, 50, 60 assumption statements, we can pop those in a spreadsheet and we can group them. We can filter them a couple different ways. One column might say chapter of the business plan, which assumptions relate to problem, market, competition, business model, etc. Right? That's cool. You could sort and just kind of geek out a little bit on just the assumptions you're making for a certain category. The other column could be how significant or how important is the assumption that it's true. See, not all assumptions are of equal importance. There's going to be some number that are critical. If it turns out they are not true, not only do you need to pivot, you might need to create a whole new company. Some of them will be kind of minor and not that big of a deal. So you could sort the spreadsheet a different way that brings all the critical assumptions towards the top. And you're going to see now, we're going to parlay all of this into some customer discovery, where you're going to get out and you're going to go talk to prospective users or customers of your product. You're going to go talk to that target that you assume is your ideal target. You're going to interview them. And as you interview them, the questions you ask probably should center most around the critical assumptions you're making, right? You want to disqualify those as quick as possible. If they're not going to be true, you want to learn that as quick as possible. So this list of assumptions should inform the interviewing you do of prospective customers. And then when you get out there and talk to them, the questions you ask should be open-ended. And for any of you that have been through sales training before, you know what open-ended questions are. They're questions that can't be answered with a simple yes or no. And so the way you ask the question can inject bias. If you ask a closed-ended question like, isn't it a royal pain in the ass when, and then you finish, you're leading the customer, and they could say yes or no. Instead, you say, how do you go about doing this, right? Tell me about a time when this happened. And you can even say, could you show me that? Wow, that's amazing. Do you have just a minute to show me? And this is open-ended questioning where you will get more honest responses. If you inject your bias into the questions, it's too easy for you to hear what you want to hear, not the truth. The only thing that matters is the truth, okay? And if you're fortunate, you will discover after these interviews and maybe some adjustments. After the first 3 or 4 interviews, you might have already invalidated some of the items on that list, and you need to make some changes into new assumptions that hopefully will be true, and you take it back out. So through a couple of iterations on this, hopefully you'll find that you're solving not just a want-to-solve problem, but a top 3 pain-in-the-ass must-solve problem. okay? This is especially a statement for those of you that sell to businesses. Consumers is not, selling mobile apps to consumers is not my specialty, so I can't speak from experience there. I can speak from experience that when you sell to businesses, if you're not solving a top 3 pain in the ass problem, you will not get them to spend money on you. They have a list of 30 problems they would be interested in solving, but at any given point in time, there's only 3 that are really keeping them awake at night. It gets almost all of their attention, and therefore it gets their budget. For those in the back, we've got some amazing chairs right up here. Come on up. Come on up. If y'all are interested, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, really come get comfortable. So this is what you're looking for. Not just, am I solving a problem that deserves to be solved? Am I solving a problem that's a top 3 pain in the ass problem that I can get customers to open up their checkbook and pay for? Too many founders think the bar is here, solve a problem. Nope, the bar is here. And you will suffer immense pain and agony if you are solving a top 8 problem. It possibly deserves to be solved, just not now. So I want to take you through a quick case study that will carry through a little bit more in another lecture, and then also tomorrow. It's a story about Doggy Drone, enabling dog ownership for disabled senior citizens. I want to introduce you to Luella. She's in her mid-70s. She lives at home alone after her husband passed away some years ago. She's lonely, sometimes a little depressed, but let's say she's mostly healthy for being in her mid-70s. In her annual checkup with her family doctor, she learned that owning a dog could actually help her in terms of overall wellness, lower her stress and anxiety just a little bit, could help control the periodic blood pressure issues that she has. And so Luella thinks about, hey, what about owning a dog? But what's going to happen if and when Luella reaches an age or reaches a medical condition that she can no longer walk her dog, Sunny? And so I invented Doggy Drone, which is a drone that's going to walk Luella's dog for her. She gets to select the distance and the route that Sunny walks, gets to see real-time video to make sure everything's kind of cool and okay. And she gets an alert about 2 minutes before Sunny's going to arrive back at home so she can have his favorite treat ready with the door open. Okay? Do you understand Doggy Drone now? Used to be a ridiculous idea until a few years ago where this product was on display at the CES conference. So I have to come up with a replacement. I'm thinking about an autonomous baby stroller to replace Doggy Drone. But I'm kind of nervous that somebody's going to do that too. And actually there is one called Ellie, I think it's called. It's an autonomous baby stroller. I won't be buying that for my daughter. So what can we validate with Doggy Drone? If we could write a whole list of assumptions, do disabled seniors wish to own a dog if they could take care of it? I hope so. In addition to the dog walking solution, what other issues would Luella have that might prevent her from owning a dog? She has to feed the dog, she has to take it to the vet. There's a variety of issues with owning a dog, so this is the necessary but not sufficient problem. You could solve one of the critical items for Luella owning a dog, but if she doesn't have a way of taking the dog to the vet, you ain't selling your Doggy Drone to Luella. You understand that? So you need to understand the totality of the situation. What alternatives did she try in the past, if she has, or considered? The neighbor kid, they were too unreliable. That dog walking service, it was too expensive, whatever, okay? Are disabled seniors willing to have a drone walk their dog? This is kind of the demographic thing. Would somebody in their mid-70s trust a drone to walk their dog? It's a brilliant technical solution, but maybe they wouldn't do that. Another demographic question, is this a male versus female thing? Is there any difference? So demographics could be an interesting thing that you discover. Customer segments, size of companies, all that kind of stuff. So I think this list could go on and on about Doggy Drone. You got to get out of the office. You have to get off of your phone. This is not send a Survey Monkey or Poll Daddy survey to 1,000 prospects that match your target audience and have them complete a form and do a numerical score. It is possible you will do that to supplement your real qualitative research that you do by getting out and talking to customers. I'll have founders tell me that, yeah, I sold to quick serve restaurants. My real customer is the general manager because they're the real decision maker. Gordon, I can't get to any general managers to do an interview with me. My response is, then just shut down the company and find something else. Are you telling me it's too hard? Because I'm telling you what you need to do is go talk to general managers of quick serve restaurants. And if you can't figure out how to get scrappy enough to make that happen, I'm sorry, your company's just going to fail miserably for a bunch of other reasons. Can you get to a shift manager? Can you interview them? Can you excite them enough that they sponsor you into a 10-minute conversation with the general manager? So I reject any attempt to describe why you cannot do, because if you can't do the customer discovery, you can't do the sales to your first 10 customers either, okay? Don't just thank them for their time and walk away, exchange a business card. Repeat back to them what you believe you learned and observed. Your bias might be able to get corrected when you do that. No, Gordon. I know that's what you heard. What I really was saying, okay? And then you can ask them if they want to be a beta tester. It's amazing, okay? That's idea development, okay? Hopefully pretty straightforward. Hopefully there's an aha moment in there or two. Hopefully each of you have an idea that you can implement. We're doing pretty good on time. If we're a little lucky, I'm going to have 5 or 10 minutes at the end of this to really open it up for questions. Is there anything y'all desperately need to ask me now before we move to the next lecture? Any questions? I'm happy to take one if you got one. All right. Yes?
Sorry. I got a microphone.
Hey.
I don't have to project. So I had a question, and it goes back to that life cycle diagram that you showed at the very
A
beginning.
life cycle?
Mm-hmm. So when a company or somebody has an idea and they're starting to seek fundraising at like that idea pre-viable kind of stage, why wouldn't you wait until you know your idea is viable and if it's going to go sustainable or scalable versus seeking that funding upright, because that feels like a risk to me, versus knowing that your business is either going to go one of two ways into the future?
Thank you. So this combines the life cycle of the startup before viability was the question, and fundraising. And tomorrow we will dive into fundraising even more. So I want to answer the question, but I want you to know I'm going to pile on quite a bit to this tomorrow. Startups only raise money for one of two reasons. They either want the money or they need the money. I know it sounds simple. Those of you that have kids have probably taught them the difference between want and need, right? Most startups raise money because they need the money. Their bank account is approaching zero, and if they don't refill the bank account and it goes to zero, they have to pack up their toys and go home. Some of them are fortunate enough to raise money because they want the money. They want to accelerate things. You're describing before you've validated, or as much as you can, validated viability of your business. If you're working on a medical device, an advanced humanoid robot, et cetera, you have no choice but to raise money really early before you've had, let's say, a sufficient opportunity to validate the viability of the business plan. You're still back in the proving that the science even works. You're in that feasibility stage. And unfortunately, for those types of startups versus software startups, they have no choice but to raise money in the early stage. It's also possible that there might be a software startup that, for whatever reason, desperately needs the money. Some of you can bootstrap through that prototype development phase, let's say at least. Usually when we get to a prototype for a software company, we might open up to some angel investors investing, and with a prototype, you've probably been able to get some customers to poke and prod on it, and you have a decent sense there. But not all of you could bootstrap for the needed 4 to 6 or 9 months to get to that stage, and so you might be in a situation where you need the funding, but because you can't be one of those bootstrappers. But it's an individual decision, but I do come back to the want versus need. For me, my preference would be to delay that funding as late as reasonably possible, but without giving, let's say, some competitors an advantage that decide to go quick and go big. Thank you for the question. All right, let's move to elevator pitch now. Let's say you've got a mostly validated business plan, and you've been working on the product some, and you are getting to this point where you might be within a few months of raising funding, or you're seeking some business partners. Actually, even you're hiring some employees, some executives. One of the first things you should do is develop a killer elevator pitch. And there's a couple different versions of an elevator pitch. One might be where you stand on this stage and you're given 1 minute to pitch your company. Okay, that's kind of elevator pitchy. It's not a full pitch where you get 4 or 5 or 10 minutes. So we might call that 1 minute thing an elevator pitch. But I'm going even to a further extreme, to the short 8 to 10 second elevator pitch. Because the articles that I've written on this topic relate to this research that was done, that when us humans are not engaged in a task, our attention span's about 8 seconds, right? And in the new age of, apps and phones and things and multitasking, I don't know if Dr. Formica did this research again, we might find that it's 5 seconds. But let's just give ourselves 8 to 10 seconds. It really is kind of the elevator analogy, isn't it? If we hopped onto the elevator on the first floor here in this building, and you and I were both going to the 16th floor, it probably takes about 8 seconds, maybe 10. No stops. We're just going to go from floor 1 to floor 16. So if we see each other on the ground floor, like, hey, didn't you go to Founders Academy? Like, yeah, I did, Gordon. I'm impressed that you remember that. I say, oh, well, what are you working on? Like, oh, I'm working on Doggy Drone. And I say, as the doors close, what's Doggy Drone? Tick, tock, tick, tock, tick, tock, 8 to 10 seconds. What are you going to tell me? That's the elevator pitch. That's this version of the elevator pitch. You got 8 to 10 seconds to tell me what Doggy Drone is. To do it in such a way that when the doors open on the 16th floor and the last word comes out of your mouth, I do one of two things. I wish you luck and go to the bathroom or the coffee machine, or I step out of the elevator and pivot to the side because I want to ask you a question. Do you see the dramatic? It's so binary, isn't it? Good luck, bathroom, pivot, question. So the article, one of them that I wrote, is titled, "Your Elevator Pitch Only Needs to Accomplish One Thing." Just get a damn question. I mostly don't care what the question is. It could be, how do you spell Doggy Drone? 1 word or 2? And you get to answer the question and then add the next sentence or 2 that you really wanted to say if you had been afforded a little bit more time and the elevator was going to the 50th floor instead of the 16th. Hopefully it's an even better question than that, like, whoa, a dog that walks your drone, drone that walks your dog, how heavy dogs can it handle? And you get to say, up to 25 pounds, and blah, 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 blah. So you realize any question lets you continue that dialogue with your prospective COO that you're going to add to the team, an angel investor, or whatever. It's really important to me. An elevator pitch will not get you funded by itself. It could lead to a question that leads to a short 2-minute dialogue that leads to a business card exchange or phone tap that results in a coffee. Enough of those, one of those unlocks funding. So do you see how it can be the door opener? So they're either going to the bathroom or they're going to ask you a question. If they ask you a question and enough times that happens, now we're playing the odds that 5% of them are going to lead to a coffee and 20% of those are going to lead to a whatever. Okay? So for a killer elevator pitch, I like to combine in 8 to 10 seconds what we do and why someone should care. There needs to be kind of this, we're a drone that walks your dog. Okay, now I kind of know what you do. Why should someone care? Okay? And usually it's the why someone that should care part of the elevator pitch that generates the question. Not always. And so this is usually crafted into 2 sentences. I've just found that 8 to 10 seconds, you can't, 4 sentences you can't recite in 8 to 10 seconds unless each sentence has like 3 words. So I'm kind of thinking 2 sentences for the most part. So I have an article with a framework on how to maybe go about structuring this. We don't have time to do that today, but you can, when I talk about an article I've written that, if you all don't know my website, it's shockwaveinnovations.com, shockwaveinnovations.com. So when I say I wrote an article on that, all you have to do is, if you do a search for the word elevator, you're going to see my 1 or 2 articles in my video on elevator pitch, okay? So instead, I'm just going to jump to a couple examples that might be in this 8 to 10 seconds. This is one for Shockwave Innovations. We help educate and advise startup founders so they can build great companies. In fact, one startup that we helped in the early days, they reached 80 million in revenue and did a NASDAQ IPO. So 2 sentences, yep, that probably came out of my mouth in 8 seconds or so. And hopefully, when the elevator doors open, you want to ask me something like, well, hey, who was the startup? What did they do? When was that? What was their IPO valuation? Hey, Gordon, did you have any equity? How much money did you make? Like, I hope you want to ask me something about that startup, okay? It's probably the second sentence versus the first one that's going to trigger your question. Sensei, I'll be with them a little bit later today. They're one of our portfolio founders. I'm on their board of directors. They understand from your eyes what's going on in your brain. And with a standard cell phone camera, they can diagnose mental health disorders starting with anxiety, depression, and PTSD. What? Hopefully you desperately want to ask me a question about this, right? Cell phone camera, how long's the test? What's the accuracy of it? Will doctors' offices have this, or is it going to be when I go to the optometrist for my annual eye exam and it's built into one of the machines? How much does it cost? Is it FDA approved? When's it going to be FDA approved? What are they going to do after those 3 mental health disorders, right? Hopefully you desperately want to ask me a question so I can continue the dialogue. Doggy Drone's an amazing dog walking solution for the elderly. Our drones have already completed 20,000 walks for more than 250 elderly and deserving dog owners. Now, this is one where, in the early days, or really any of these, actually think of Sensei. They don't even have a single customer yet. So I have founders that tell me, God, Gordon, I can't really come up with an amazing elevator pitch because we haven't even launched our product. Well, great, either has Sensei. That sounded like a pretty badass elevator pitch to me. Don't you want to ask me a question and give me like $1 million to help solve part of the mental health crisis that we have around the world? Yeah, so, wherever you are, you just craft the best what we do and why someone should care. And then when you have something else amazing that happened to your startup, the second sentence, might change, One thing not to do, don't describe how you do it. That's the answer to a question. Don't say, we're a cloud-based AI startup that uses blah, 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 machine learning, VRL 123 XYZ to, by the time you get all that, I'm like, bah, not interested, got to go to the bathroom. Don't start your elevator pitch with, we're an AI software company that uses hosted XYZ 123. No, that's what you care about. The person you're talking to could give a crap about how you do it at that very moment. We're solving the mental health crisis by giving you a number for your mental health, just like you do for your blood cholesterol. Did I say anything about AI? Did I say it? No, when you say, how on earth do you do that? I get to talk to you about the 3,000 muscle fibers in your iris and how a cell phone camera trained on that can detect the minuscule movements and the change in size and shape to your pupil, and then machine learning can match that with people that are known to have depression and known not to have depression, and it can give you a number with 90% accuracy. Do you see, if I started with all this, if I start with the stuff about the 3,000 muscle fibers and AI and blah, 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 technically it's interesting. Isn't it better just to say we're solving the mental health crisis by giving you a number for mental health just like you do for blah, blah, blah? Okay? So those of you that see me early tomorrow and you want to practice your elevator pitch, I love doing it, but I wanted to suggest what not to do. Okay? Does that help? Once you get one that you think's pretty good, you got to take it out for a test drive, because in your brain it's perfect. Take it out there. Find 20 people that you can practice it on. It's okay if they know you, they just shouldn't know too much about what you're working on, because if they know what you're working on, it's not going to be this kind of serendipitous, get on the elevator, hey, who are you? Oh, I'm founder of Doggy Drone. What does Doggy Drone do? It won't be like that. So you need it to be as kind of native and original as possible. So, hey, I'd love to test my elevator pitch out on you. I'm going to tell you about a couple sentences, and then I want you to react just with the first question that comes to your mind. Doggy Drone, da 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 da. And then you pause, and you see what question, they ask you a question. Don't answer their question, but instead then say, okay, hang on, pause on the question. What do you think Doggy Drone does? With just those two, what do you think Sensei does? And then let them answer what they think your company does. They won't get it perfect, probably, but are they in the right zone, or are they way, way over here, right? If they're way over here, it's not a disaster. As long as you get a question, you can get them back in the zone. But it's better if, oh, wow, sounds like this is like a software medical device for mental health. Like, that's interesting. Yeah, you're in the zone, okay? Probably what's going to happen after your second or third or fifth test, you're going to realize, I need to adjust and adapt. Fine. Don't keep going with 20. Make some adjustments. Take it back out to 2 or 3 or 4. Make another tweak. You're probably going to tweak 2, 3, 4 times until the question you get is actually a better question than the first time. Any question is okay, but there's a list of questions that actually are a lot better, aren't there? And then they're going to be in the zone for what you do. Then, after you're done with that, if you have other members of your team, they can be volunteers, they could be interns, they could be advisors that have a little equity, they could be your first angel investors, so they don't have to be, quote, employees. Everybody learns and memorizes the elevator pitch. You went through all of this effort to craft it. You went through all of this effort to validate and fine-tune it. Why on earth would other stakeholders in your company wing it with their own description? Because what's going to happen is your co-founder or your advisor, when I see them, hey, Rudy, what are you working on these days? Oh, I'm working with this cool startup named Doggy Drone. And I ask Rudy, hey, what does Doggy Drone do? If Rudy starts with, oh, they're this AI software company with hosted blah, 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 and they use machine learning XYZ, fail. So your advisor just got a fail and didn't get a question. I went to the bathroom instead after riding up the elevator with Rudy. Why would you risk that? So with my companies, once we got the right elevator pitch, I sat everybody down. Hey, huddle up. This is the pitch. You got it? Let's practice it. Everybody say it. And then some other random time, some number of weeks later, when we're kind of huddling up on some other crisis, right in the middle, hey, pause, Megan, what's our elevator pitch? And if Megan kind of fumbles it, I say, I was serious when I said, like, this is the pitch. All these stakeholders of yours, aren't they going to happy hours? Aren't they going to meetups? Aren't they hanging out here at Capital Factory and talking to other founders? I hope so. They should be spreading the word using the exact same elevator pitch until something happens to your company and you refine it and it becomes better. And then we tweak the elevator pitch. Can you tell how important this is to me? Can be I'm telling you, do you know how many times I get interrupted in the hallway from a founder that I've never met? Just this morning, I did go to the bathroom 20 minutes before we started. On the way back, I got stopped 4 times. 4 times. Short interactions. Do you think in my brain there might be 1 out of the 4 that I remember because that quick dialogue got right to the like, oh my gosh, you're working on what? That's interesting. My email address is, versus the other 4 that, that's, interesting, nice to meet you. I really hope you enjoy Founders Academy. Thanks for coming to Capital Factory. Okay? You see the difference? I'm telling you, 4 times from bathroom to coming back into this door, I got interrupted. This is the real deal. Okay? Any questions on that? I've got article, I've got a lot more on this if you really want to kind of dig in. Yes, sir. Not right now. Thank you. No, I want to hear it. So when I'm done, I'm walking outside, I want to hear your elevator pitch. I really do. Run to the front of the line. And if for some reason the line is 50 long and you get blocked out, I'll be here 30 minutes early tomorrow. And if we don't meet today, practice it on a couple, see if you can get it into the killer range if it's not already. Yes, sir.
So if the follow-up is not a question, sorry.
Go ahead.
After the elevator pitch, if the follow-up is not a question, but it's, oh, tell me more, what should be the leading, like what should be next?
I love it. Thank you. It's not a question. It's, wow, that's interesting. Tell me a little more about that. That's like a home run, right? Because now you have an open canvas. When I ask you a question, you have to you can't be a politician, right? You know, politicians, they get asked a question and they answer something totally different and they never answer this question. That'll just frustrate people. So when you get a question, you kind of have to answer the question and then maybe you can pivot or expand it into some areas. So as you're planning this out, like what I would have on a piece of paper is, I'm probably going to get questions about how does it work, blah, blah, blah. You can anticipate some questions. And after you've done this 20 times, you already know some of the more common questions. So you will learn how to answer the question. If it's a great question, you just stay in that lane and you expand on it and then you let them keep going. If it's not a great question, you know the most relevant topic. You want to answer the question and then kind of pivot, you know, da, da, da. In fact, would you believe that it gives you an actual number and it's blah, 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 right? So this is the market, this is how marketing and salespeople move. And so if you do that exercise, it's based on how to pivot from a question to, you know, a better topic. I believe that's the same canvas for somebody that says, wow, well, tell me more. You already know the 3 or 4 things that you would love. If you get a chance to say a little more, you'll know exactly what to say. Yeah. This one has a question, and then I'll take one more, and then we'll finish our last lecture. Here comes the microphone.
My question is actually a comment about
Okay.
that last question.
Thank you.
If you get the wonderful question, tell me more, or statement, tell me more, make it about them. Turn around to them and find out what they're interested in. Well, do you have a dog? Do you have a grandma? Do you have a grandma with a dog? And without being too much of a politician, but if you can get them to tell you something about their problem, that's where you're actually skipping 3 steps almost towards a sale at that point.
Yeah.
So tell me more is an invitation to ask them why they are interested in it, because they're very interested.
This is brilliant. The reason it's brilliant is because every salesperson is taught to start every conversation with questions. You never sit down in front of a prospect and start spewing your sales pitch. You always start with questions so that then as you start talking, you're relating what you talk about to, you know, what they described. And so this gentleman is exactly correct. There's a way that you could ask a question that will then let you, because some people are technical geeks. They want to kind of go down this technical path. Others aren't technical at all. They're more on the, and so you would have the risk of going and geeking out on how the machine learning models work and blah, blah, blah. And they're like, okay, that wasn't very interesting. So thank you for the comment. Thank you. All right, one more question here, and then I'm going to move to the next one. And we'll see if we have a minute to open up at the end. Yeah.
So if you're building out a technology and a social movement with the goal of federal reform at the end of it, what would your advice be on an elevator pitch? Because I'm trying out a few this week, and I've been meeting with a few pre-seed investors, and I'm just trying to find the pocket of what works, even though we have this kind of big goal, and we're both a technology company and a cultural policy initiative.
Yep. Thank you. I'm going to answer the question in a way that might apply broadly. I appreciate yours. It sounds like it has some social impact, but then the ultimate goal would lead to change in legislature, change in policy, change in whatever. Your choices sometimes with this, where there are a couple different ultimate goals, one would be to start with the kind of first thing you're doing and the impact it would have. So having this social impact, if that resonates and generates a question like, yeah, that sounds really interesting, but oh my gosh, isn't there a lot of policy around that? Yes, as a matter of fact, the second phase of our business plan is blah, right? So sometimes we want to start with the intermediate goal, problem solved, or objective, and our elevator pitch is all around that. And with question or dialogue, we then expand it into something that's even bigger, sometimes a bigger impact. In other cases, you do the opposite. You go straight to the ultimate goal, and they go, oh my gosh, how on earth are you gonna change Impala? That sounds like really, that's gonna be crazy difficult. Well, yeah, actually what we're starting with is, we're gonna do this, okay? So sometimes we start with mid-range, and then with dialogue, we show them what the real big picture is. Other times, we have to show them the big picture, and then in the question, we come back to, and here's what we're gonna do next or first. I don't know if that exactly relates to yours, but for a lot of people, this is the case. Sometimes what you're working on, the first version of the product is going to target kind of a small, we're going to talk about market sizing next, actually, so this is kind of good timing here. The first version of the product, it targets kind of one industry or one use case or one whatever, but then over time, it really gets bigger as it morphs. Do you pitch this first thing that you're doing and then say, but wait, there's more? Or do you pitch the really big one and then say, and here's how we're going to start? There's pros and cons to both. Sometimes when you pitch the really, really big one, the investor's like, oh my God, you're biting off way more than you can chew. Sounds like you're distracted. You're trying to take over the world. You're a fledgling startup trying to raise, $250,000. Come on, get real. So sometimes you have to start with kind of the first one, and they go, that sounds really interesting, but God, that's not a huge market. Yeah, what I didn't tell you is after that, we get to expand it. We're going to take over the whole. Okay, that's interesting. Two different ways to tell the story. 10% of founders have this great dilemma, and I can never predict which is the best way to describe it. You kind of got to get it out there and see the way the investors or others are reacting and take one approach versus the other, okay? All right, so let's size the market. We're pretty much on track. This is really important. For those of you that need to get funded, from venture-style investors. If your plan is to, take out a loan with a bank and whatever, yeah, they care that you're solving, a problem. They care that you can become profitable. But this phenomenon of market size is more of a phenomenon for those of you that want to raise money from angel investors, VCs, private equity, et cetera, okay? The reason is the size of your market is going to suggest the upper limit of how big you could become without doing dramatic things. So the business plan as we see it, how big could that be? And part of the reason this is really important is because of the filtering attributes of market share. You can never have 100% market share of a market. If you do, you've basically defined your market so narrowly that you're the only one. Well, and if that's the case, it's probably going to be a small market, and that's not what you want anyway. So, if your total available market is $10 billion, if you could capture 2% share of that $10 billion market, you'd be a $200 million company. Well, guess what? $200 million companies can often be valued at $1 billion. You could get that famed unicorn valuation, possibly. But if your total available market's only $250 million, which $250 million is not a small number, but you'd have to get 80% market share of that market to be the same $200 million company. And most of us know it's really difficult to get 80% share of any market, right? And so that's one of the reasons why having a very large market is important to investors, but it's not the only reason. Another reason would be large markets, very large markets, have optionality. I use this analogy of this room with multiple doors. Each door leads to a hallway. Each hallway has multiple rooms. Our market is the door on the left and the hallway and all the rooms inside that hallway, along that hallway. And so if we get down into that market and for some reason it turns out to not be exciting, not near as good, or something bad happens, because this market is large and has optionality, we could walk backwards, come out the door, and go into another door, usually. These super large markets have sub-segments. We segment the markets. And oftentimes, you would start within one segment of the market, and if you need to pivot, one of your pivots might be to an adjacent market, and you get to go into another door that has a hallway and multiple rooms. So do you see the advantage of that? You don't crash and burn like you would if this was just a singular market, if there were only one door, and it turns out to not work out, not be kind of what you thought, or something happens, you don't have that optionality. And so investors love large markets, not just because of that market share thing that I just described, but because of the optionality it presents you. And so I could suggest that an ideal market, number one, would be large. It kind of needs to be large to huge, but in addition to that, it would be nice if you could combine one of the following other attributes. Maybe it's growing like this, and so you have the rising tide benefit. Hopefully you'll grow faster than the market, but there's this kind of natural uplift as opposed to the opposite. Maybe it's dynamic. Maybe there's a lot of innovation, a lot of disruption in the market. Markets that are being disrupted create cracks and openings for startups to get a wedge in there. Do you think there's a few markets being disrupted right now because of the two letters A and I? Yeah, like crazy. I mean, startups should be loving it right now. Now, that disruption could disrupt you too, right? So it comes right back on you, but like every industry is being dramatically innovated and disrupted right now. And so startups should be having a heyday on this particular factor, and probably that's going to be an element of your pitch deck. And then available for entry just means hopefully not so concentrated that 2 or 3 vendors dominate like 95% of the market share. Doesn't mean you can't find your wedge in there, but that's more difficult than let's take a different market that in order to get 90% market share, we have to look at a list of 20 or 30 vendors, okay? That would be a fragmented market where there's an opportunity for you to get a wedge. So large in size and hopefully one or more of these other attributes would be great. You with me so far? Okay, so now you understand the concepts, why it's so important. Let's size 2 different markets, or let's size your market 2 different ways. One is called total available market, TAM. The TAM is how big you would be if you sold your product to every reasonable customer, every reasonable constituent in your broad market, okay? So it's a revenue number, it's a hypothetical number, and I'm going to give you an example using Doggy Drone, but it's how big you could be if you sold your product to every reasonable constituent. Reasonable means if you have a product that is for the elderly, well, then you can't include infants and toddlers and teenagers in your market size. They're not going to buy this thing because it has to do with those that are on Medicaid, could do both. So there's a whole, so do you see it needs to be a reasonable customer. That's the total available market. The serviceable market is the subset of the total available market that you're able to serve at any given point in time. You can serve it because, remember, in the early days, you have limitations. You're not able to address the entire market. You have certain limitations. And so we need to do filtering of your TAM to get the SAM. And what might those filters be? One might be certain geographies around the world that you can't reach. You don't have distributors outside of the US. Okay, so your total available market might assume the day where you're selling and distributing globally. Awesome. But today, you've only got distribution capabilities in the US, so your serviceable market would filter down. Maybe your product is only in English. And so there are certain places around the world that, hey, their English is not good enough to use your product. So we filter them out. Maybe you're a mobile app and it's only available on Android, so you can't count all those iOS smartphones. You see the ideas. These are the more common filters to go from TAM down to SAM. Y'all understand that now? At least the basics? I'm going to show you some examples in just a minute. So because of this, hopefully you're concluding that your TAM won't really change. Your TAM's only going to change as the big market happens to grow. But your serviceable market, man, it might change every 6 months or a year as you remove one of those filters, as you sign the distributor for Europe, as you add Spanish, Italian, German, and French to your product. right? As you add the iOS operating system for your mobile app. Boop. Overnight, your serviceable market just doubled or whatever. So this is a conversation I love to have with founders and that you should love to have with prospective investors. Here's my TAM, here's my SAM. The reason my SAM is so much smaller than my TAM is because geography, language, operating system, industry. Until I get this regulatory certification, I can only whatever, but then once I get that certification, so serviceable market expansion is an amazing theme for fundraising. Hey, Gordon, with this $1 million seed round we're raising, we're going to add French, Italian, German, and Spanish, and we're going to add the iOS operating system. And our serviceable market is going to quadruple. Boom. Investors love to deploy money that dramatically increases the market size. That is one of the reasons that they might enjoy investing money. So do you see the importance there? It's a discussion. This is why sometimes when we talk about the roadmap, it's not just your product roadmap, it's your business roadmap. Show me the evolution of your business over time. And the product is one important swim lane, but there are other things, and one of your swim lanes might be SAM expansion. And when does that happen and why? And how is your funding strategy going to support not just evolution of the product, but evolution of your serviceable market? All right, so you ready to size one for an example? Let's do doggy drone. Let's say I've done some research and I've determined that there's 100 million families globally that have pet dogs. It's probably way, way more than that, but the numbers got so ridiculous I decided to just pretend with me there's only 100 million families around the world that have pet dogs, one or more dogs. See, I know a lot of families have 2 and 3 and 5 dogs, but I'm assuming, trying to be reasonable, that a family with 3 dogs isn't going to buy 3 doggy drones. They're going to buy 1 doggy drone, and they're going to walk 1 dog at a time. I'm just sharing that with you just as an example of an assumption that these are little nuances. Because if I had said, how many pet dogs are there in the world times $500 per doggy drone, the investor's just going to go, wait a minute, are you telling me that if Luella has 3 dogs, Luella's going to buy 3 doggy drones? Come on, Gordon. So as I get that pushback, I'm like, oh, crap, you're right. I should probably only assume 1 drone per family, regardless of the number of dogs. But in this case, my business model involves selling doggy drone for $500, meaning you click the order button, you pay me $500, and I ship you a doggy drone, and you own it, okay? So in that case, the total available market is pretty simple. 100 million times $500, it's a $50 billion market. My TAM is 50 billion. If I sold a doggy drone to every family around the world that owns a dog, 1 or more, I'd be a $50 billion company. I realize it might take me 10 or 20 years to do that. I realize I'm never actually going to sell 100, but this is the way TAM works. You with me? Simple, right? So now let's look at the serviceable market. Sorry, let me back up. If instead of selling doggy drone for $500, if instead you pay me $19 a month for dog walking drone as a service, I would just do it different. 100 million times $19 a month is $1.9 billion per month. Or I'd probably actually convert it into an annual figure. It's not 1.9, it's probably 190 million. Whatever the number is, you could do it on your calculator, do the monthly amount, and then probably multiply it by 12 to tell me my TAM is $2 billion in ARR, annual recurring revenue. So if you're a subscription business, which many, many, many of you are, just express it as your annual TAM. Okay? So how about serviceable? I'm going to use a couple of filters. I only have distribution in the US. In fact, within the US, dog walking drones are only legal in 20 of the states. And the first product is only powerful enough to walk 25-pound or lighter dogs. Otherwise, the dog walks the drone instead of the drone walking the dog. And so let's say that my research says, okay, instead of 100 million, there's 10 million households that meet that filtered criteria. Okay, easy. It's $5 billion. My TAM is 50 billion. My SAM is 5 billion. All right, I already told you this, how if you do a subscription. Okay, how about expanding my serviceable market? Some of this is kind of obvious. Over time, probably more of these states, I'm hoping, are going to pass legislation to allow low-flight drones to walk dogs, because they're actually doing it to deliver your groceries. So, hey, we're gonna kind of just skate behind that legislation, because everybody wants drones to deliver their groceries. I don't know if you really do, but let's pretend people do. So they're going to influence their politicians who are going to allow that. We get to ride on the coattails. It's also going to be able to walk your dog for you. Awesome. In fact, part of the money you raise might be to hire lobbyists in the biggest states that are kind of on the edge of that, so you can maybe push it over. Like, that could be a viable use of funding, because it expands your serviceable market. Now you're selling into Florida and California too. Boom. You got to know that my engineers are working on a second version of Doggy Drone that can handle dogs from 26 to 50 pounds, and then a couple years from now we'll figure out how to do the 50 to 100 pounds, right? We'll charge more for it. We're expanding our serviceable market, aren't we? So you see 3 good examples of serviceable market expansion. That give you a few ideas? I realize you got to do the translation to your business. I'm not saying this is easy. Some of you have excruciatingly difficult markets to size. Some of you have the other problem where actually any consumer in the world could use it. So you could say the population of the world is 5 billion times whatever, and you get this $2 trillion market size. It's like, no, don't do that. So sometimes actually your market size is so inherently massive, you don't actually even need to do this. We're like, yep, I got it. There's a cajillion, whatever. Let's just talk about how do you some of you might be fortunate enough to skip this. Some of you might have extreme difficulty finding the data to size your market. You need to get creative. Can you find some college students that have access to really interesting research that you can't afford to pay for, but since they're a college student, they have a library with every research report made demand, and they can go get all this data? You're going to need to make assumptions. Fine. That's just a discussion to have with investors. Like, how did you come up with 50 billion, Gordon? Oh, well, turns out there's 100 million families. Well, how did you come up with 100 million? Well, I had really good data in these markets. For these, I had to extrapolate based on blah, 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 blah. You just don't hide anything. You're going to need to make some assumptions, probably. This is just a dialogue to have with investors. All right, somebody over here had a question. Yes, sir.
Going back to that 10% thing that we were talking about before with the grand vision versus vision, like, is that, going back to what you were talking about before in terms of the 10% of companies that end up trying to decide between the grand vision that they're trying to sell and the smaller one, how does that factor into TAM specifically? Because it's something we're struggling with a lot at the moment.
Thank you. Great add-on to that question. Remember, I talked about some of you will have to describe kind of a midpoint thing that you're trying to pursue, and the first 2/3 of your pitch deck is focused on that. And then there's a slide that says, but wait, there's more. After we've conquered that, then we can go after this. In that case, probably what's happening is you're following a normal pitch deck. Problem that you solve is often the first section of the pitch deck. Not always, but usually I like to start with, what problem are you solving? And then next, oftentimes you talk about the market you're serving. Who's the target and how big is it? Other attributes about innovation or disruption. And so in that case, if your approach is start with the midpoint objective and say, but wait, there's more, then the market size is going to be related to the midpoint. And then when you say, but wait, there's more, after this, then part of the next slide is, and that's going to quadruple our total available market. So yeah, in that case, you might have, you're going to size the market twice, and however you choose to tell the story is going to influence how you reveal the market size information. Yeah. All right, where's the mic? Well, over here, this guy.
Yeah, thank you. When you are defining the market or the ideal customer or user for a product or business, the hardest part is how to define it, right? In a demographic way or psychographic way or both. What is your perspective?
Thank you. What criteria do you use to even size the market? I'm actually just going to go back to the first lecture on the developing your idea. When you went out and you met with your prospective customers or users, what did you discover? And in that discovery, hopefully, you identified your target market, okay? Now, I want to say something about target market. If you go read my article on market sizing, because I go into more detail and I have a whole video and lecture on this as well. This is your TAM. Your SAM is almost always smaller than your TAM. How much smaller? It really depends. And then oftentimes within your serviceable market, there's a market that we call the beachhead or the target market. And this is who you're going to sell to first. Oftentimes, your sales and marketing budget is not large enough to effectively go after all of the serviceable market, and so you might concentrate. Doggy drone, even though dog walking drones are legal in 20 states, I told you, as a fledgling startup, when I first launch it, I only have resellers in Texas. So Texas is my target market, okay? And so then later, and so same thing would happen with demographic, psychographic. Which are you gonna, so they both might be in your serviceable market, and that's fine. But then when we have a discussion about, great, I'm gonna give you your first $500,000 pre-seed funding, how are you gonna use it? Your discussion might say, Gordon, our first target market is demographic based, and we're gonna go after this. And then after we've reached this milestone, then we're gonna raise some more funding so I can go after this psychographic target customer, something like that. Remember, all of this is just a dialogue. A lot of times there's no right or wrong answers. You talking to investors, you're going to hear their questions, you're going to hear their concerns. Some of them are going to love it, some of them are going to hate it. And, you just have to pick what you think is the best path. All right, time for one question, then we got to flip the room. You decide.
Thanks for that. That was great. It's a lot of good fundamentals.
Thank you.
As the leader of Capital Factory and your ear to the ground, 2 daughters, a couple of granddaughters, and soon to be 2 grandsons.
Thank you.
What's your opinion on AI, the future, and where you put your investment, knowing that 2 or 3 years from now, many of these assumptions that we're making today are going to be complete trash?
Yeah. This is a good one. I'll answer it. Gosh, I can answer it 2 ways, but on the Capital Factory side, most of our energy and investments are going into the deep tech category. I mean, like really hard problems to solve, not quick software apps that once AI, is a little bit better, there might be a lot of disruption there. We've moved more into deep tech and dual use technologies that, yes, most of them are deeply embedded or dependent on AI, which is going to evolve, but the problem they're solving are really big problems, and it's going to be a journey. I think the software industry, there's going to be a lot of whipsaw in software. And part of this is just going to be because as the evolution of AI, man, something that was great today is going to be like, that was so yesterday, and this is going to happen so frequently. So a lot of you all are going to disrupt the startups that started 3 to 5 years ahead of you, and then but even you all, you're going to have to look over your shoulders a lot, even as an early stage company, just because it's moving so fast. So I think it's exciting. I think there's going to be a lot of breakouts. I think there's also going to be a lot of carnage. But my most recent article was titled, Building Unicorns Using One and Done Funding. Software startups that are using AI tools not just to write some of their software and increasingly more. I realize, you don't just say run and then post it and let's go, everything's good. But I see where that trend's likely going. I think you'll be able to get a product in the market, software companies, for very, very little investment. I think most software startups will be able to bootstrap to product launch and interesting revenue and then decide when to raise one round of funding. And because of efficiencies and not having to build out an organization of 100 employees to get to $50 million, you get to $100 million with a 10 or 20 employee company and get profitable very quickly. So I'm super excited about all of that. On the personal side, yeah, it's very different. I think about more the good versus bad of AI, because I'm old enough to have been there when we kind of like launched and became familiar with the internet. And there's this kind of 70-30, like 70% of what the internet brought us is pretty freaking amazing. 30% of it, not so much. My 10-year-old granddaughter, if she stole my phone and figured out how to hack through my little password thing, she's like 5 clicks away from maybe seeing things that she shouldn't see. I don't like that, but that's 70-30. And so I just hope with AI that 70-30 is kind of the balance and that it's not 51-49, good to bad. But believe me, I think about this, I obsess a lot with what's going on in AI and can't help but think about it through the lens of my 3 daughters, actually 3 daughters and soon 4 grandkids. So got to stop so they can get ready for the next session. Tomorrow's all fundraising. It's the same time. Yeah, show up. I'm going to try and arrive early. I'll either be hanging out outside for a bit because I don't know when they'll let y'all in. As soon as we can come in, let's geek out on something, okay? Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Gordon. We're going to take a quick 15-minute break, make a new friend, grab a coffee, join us for Launch Smart, how legal can be the rocket fuel for your team in 15 minutes.
Thank you. Oh, here.
So I'd say a shirt like this would be like anything not formal work related. So this could be, yeah, anything
test, test.
Yeah, that's kind of an interesting idea. So initially, we just wanted to test out rudimentary design before we even go into fitting the shirt. So I'm not working with manufacturing designers yet. We're just trying to see basically if we can have a thin fabric. And again, maybe we need to ultimately go into material science where we're like thin sort of. But right now, there's some stuff that's pretty velvet, that's pretty thin. And we're just gonna see if we can basically sew on a graphic pocket and have a thin material there to see how that goes. On my own shirt. Just try it out. Yeah, yeah. And then sort of And we're That's awesome. Start doing what you're doing. What was the other channel?
All right, welcome back, everybody. Take a seat. We're going to start our first panel of the day. This first panel, we're talking about one of the most underestimated drivers of startup success, which is good legal strategy. In this session, the team from Cole Shots will show how smart legal partnerships can become growth accelerators, not just a checkbox. So please join me in welcoming their team.
I think we're good.
How many lawyers does it take to run a mic? Again, my name is Kumar Vinakota. I am a partner in the Dallas office of Cole Shots. We have about 250 lawyers nationwide. On the stage, and I'll sort of make the introductions real quick, is Jeff Cash, who is also in our Dallas office in our corporate transactional department. David Borsak, who is in our New York office in corporate. Joe Armetti, who is also in corporate in our New Jersey office. Brian King, who resides in Austin but technically works with me in the Dallas office. Not sure how that happened, but Brian and I are in the intellectual property and litigation departments. And also, I don't know how I got him on here, is one of my clients, Jay Smithwick, with the company called 360 Booth, which he'll talk about why he likes.
The victim.
Until he gets his invoices, right? But no, seriously, it's an honor to be here. Like, if anyone was here in the morning, I've come to this conference a lot before COVID. One of the things that was always imparted on me is everyone in the room at some point always had a legal question. And so what made better sense is to have the whole team here. But the way this is gonna work is I'm gonna sort of lead off with a couple of questions for the panelists, and then quickly turn it over to you to ask questions so they can answer it to you. Okay, fair enough? So one of the things that every startup faces is entity formation. Okay, what is that? Am I gonna be an LLC? Am I gonna be a C Corp? So David, what is the importance of entity formation, and why do investors even care?
Yeah, so it's definitely very important to get an entity formed. One of the main things it does is it allows you to protect your assets, and your assets can be everything from intellectual property, your brand name, trademarks, if you're a software company, your code. It also really gives you a lot of legitimacy when you're meeting with investors, because they want to know that there's something they're actually investing in Of course, the founder's story, the team that's there, that's really important, but having something to invest in, something that owns the IP, something for the investors to look towards, that's key. And there's a few different types of entities that you can think about, but really, you're either going to be looking at an LLC or a C Corp. And I'd recommend that if you're looking to really scale and take on venture capital, that you should really consider doing a C Corp, just because a lot of times that helps it stay streamlined, and it also gives the venture capital firm something that they're looking for, especially when you're looking at doing NVCA documents and fundraising rounds like that.
Thanks. Now, David mentioned the word team. Any startup understands team. So, Joe, what do investors look for in a team?
That's better. There we go. All right, good morning, everybody. So it's kind of interesting, Kumar. So I was just on the phone with a client the other day, and I get the call. He's like, hey, I want to give some equity to a service provider, member of the team. So, okay. What's this person going to do? The client says, well, they're my mentor. It's okay. And my father's my mentor. I'm not giving him equity in my company, right? Like, what is the next layer, right, that I want to go down? And they're like, well, he's a good guy. And I stopped right there, and I kind of had a flashback to, like, my first group, like, art project in 3rd grade, where I was like, all right, like, I want to be, like, with Timmy and Jeff because, like, they're cool guys, right? Turns out, Jeff's really hardworking, but Timmy's real lazy. Love playing Halo with him, but, like, that's it, right? And you learn that the hard way. So when it comes to, like, taking members into your fold, right, and picking your team, be strategic, right? Pause. Who's worthy of this venture? What are they good at? What am I good at? Do we overlap? Can someone talk? Is someone really technical? Do the thinking up front and just choose wisely, because these folks could be with you for quite a while, or they could cause problems down the road. So.
Speaking of investors, Jeff, investors like to put capital into startups, correct?
Say that again.
Investors like to put money into startups, correct?
I don't know. Sometimes they seem real stingy. Sometimes they seem real interested. It depends on the elevator pitch,
Exactly.
the SAM, the TAM, and the scalability.
And so let's say I'm a startup and I get the money. What's the catches usually? Are there too many cooks in the kitchen potentially?
I think one of the biggest issues early is, and again, it depends on your company, what you need and the capital requirements. But there's a desire, or the want versus need. I think Gordon said it really well. A lot of early stage companies, in my opinion, and I'll be very interested to see what they say tomorrow, they're focused on an evaluation that isn't really material yet, and you're really concerned, I don't want to give X% of my company away for Y dollars. And what's probably more important than the percentage of ownership you retain or keep is the control. And every great movie about a startup gone bad usually has somebody with a lot of control and someone with no control. And even if you're worried that for $500,000, $1 million is too much, or if you watch Shark Tank and you see people arguing about the valuations, you really need to make sure you maintain control. Because if you actually launch something and develop a product and get a market share, and you're the founder, you're going to end up making probably all the money you ever dreamed about making, but you really need to build the building blocks along the way. So I really encourage people to decide, is it a want versus need with the capital infusion, and be less hung up on the valuation percentages and more concerned with, am I still in control of my company? I can share the money, I can share the pie, but am I still deciding what kind of pie I'm cooking and where we're going to sell it and where we're going to go?
Good point. Now, this is my area of expertise. One of the things that ends up happening in startups, and the reason why my practice kind of evolved over the last 20 years, is I pick federal juries, and I have to explain, especially if I'm on the startup side, why their intellectual property got stolen by the big bad company. Okay, and I'm obviously trying to get damages. And it's an amazing thing when you're telling a juror, and your client's sitting right there, okay? And your client's sitting right there, and you're basically telling, over there, yeah, to the right, oh, right. I can't do this yet because he's last. But your client's sitting over there, and you have to explain how an idea at a kitchen table then went to the basement, then went to their first co-working space, then they got their first commercial lease, they got their first employee, then they got their first widget sale, they got their first patent, they got their first, health insurance plan. Believe it or not, that's a big thing for companies. I remember when I had my own law firm and I got PPO insurance, I thought it was the world's greatest thing, right? And then all of a sudden, they realize their market share is failing. You're selling this. And so, Brian, we're here for Austin Tech Week, right? And so, what is the importance of intellectual property and technology? And this story, this hypothetical story I just told, what's going to happen if the IP is not protected?
Yeah, thanks, Kumar. Well, I used to work in finance actually before I went to law school. In another life, I worked in New York, and I worked for Merrill Lynch, and I represented startup companies back when there was this area called Silicon Alley in the early 2000s. I don't know if it's still there. Is it still there? But anyway, I know how important money is to you guys, and when you get funding, and how critical every cent is. And so a lot of you may wonder, okay, why do I have to spend money on lawyers and dealing with the protection of IP? Well, IP is usually your biggest asset. So it's critically important that it be protected. And there's several reasons why. I mean, number one, you want to prevent other people from copying. You guys work really hard at innovation and coming up with unique solutions to problems. You don't want some other company, or especially a bigger, badder company, to come in there and just steal your innovative idea. You work really hard for that. So that's number one. Number two, you guys are looking for money. What is every investor going to look for? He's going to look for protection for the IP that you have. I think I saw a stat that said something like an investor is 10 times more likely to invest in your company if there are protections for your IP. Do you have patents? Do you have copyrights? Do you have trademarks? Are those things protected? That's what investors look for. So they know that if they invest in your company, a bigger company is not going to come by and snap up the idea. And I think somebody mentioned Shark Tank. I think we all watch Shark Tank, and one of the things they always ask, do you have a patent on that idea? You can have the greatest idea in the world, but if you don't have protection for it, somebody with a bigger company with a bigger sales network and more money is just going to steal that great idea and then just do it themselves. So another thing that's really important is for our IP is protecting your brand. You guys spend a lot of money coming up with these great ideas and these new cool companies. And so you want to have trademarks that are protecting your brand and protecting your slogans, protecting your logos. That's really important because your brand is everything. That's really important. As you grow your great ideas, that brand goes with it. Another thing that's critically important is preventing legal disputes. And you see this all the time going forward, where people don't take the basic steps necessary at the beginning and they get in trouble later. One of the basic things too is who owns what. That is what everyone fights about at the end. And this can apply to your employees, whether maybe an employee will leave the company and say, well, that was my idea. All right, was it? Or did it belong to the company? Are you taking the precautions to do the proper paperwork and the employment agreements and things like that to make sure that everything that your employees do reverts back to the company? And same thing with preventing legal disputes. Your ideas, are they protected so some third party's not going to come and steal them? And another thing is just creating, for competitive reasons, barriers to entry. You want to protect your IP to prevent other people's from coming in and just stealing those ideas. So those are several reasons why IP is really important to protect, and there's tons of methods to do that. And unfortunately, you probably need a lawyer to help you along the way. But that's what we're here for.
And now our official case study, Jay. Jay Smithwick is the owner and CEO of a company called 360 Booth, which does automotive photography booths around the nation. How many of you have bought a car recently? Okay. When you went online, did you look at that vehicle where it had like a picture of the inventory and all the little like side profile and all the pictures? Did you notice how the background was somewhat curved in all those pictures? Hopefully it was. Jay's innovative technology is probably about 40% of the market of the dealerships around the nation and the world actually that buy his studio that the dealer puts the vehicle in, takes the pictures, puts it online, and you, the consumer, have already looked at Jay's technology every time you bought a car, more likely than not, okay? And the reason why it's important is because having a uniform background photographic picture is aesthetic to the human eye, and it draws consumers in, and then it draws them to the actual car dealership. And so that's why they all use Jay, okay? With that said, I'm gonna turn over Jay of why I asked him to be up here, graciously volunteering, and what he can sort of expound upon of what all my colleagues on the legal side did on a real-world experience of the client side. Jay?
First of all, I'm not comfortable being the victim. I came to Comar about 10 years ago, and it was just through a circumstance we talked about patents. And he said, you're going to be a disruptor, and you will be sued. I was like, yeah, this guy's crazy. Let's just go sell studios. I called him 4 years ago with a lawsuit. Some guy had some sketching on a piece of paper, filed a patent, very vague. He didn't manufacture it. He didn't build it. He didn't start a company. Dusted it off, fraudulently reopened it, and has been beating me to death for 3 years. I don't believe this is like a fear tactic, but do speak to an attorney. There was a lot of things I assumed, and they were all wrong. And the school of hard knocks, which all of us love to be into, when it comes to IP, you do not want to suffer them. Kumar?
I mean, anything else positive?
Getting out of the starting blocks quick and hustling 20 hours a day does pay off. I own the market. There's a couple of competitors. They can't compete. I wish I had 10 more so I could kick their ass. I made it simple. Don't overcomplicate it. Just get informed with an attorney. There's so many things that I fell right into. And I make a friend. Oh, don't go get patents online and never speak to a human. Don't think AI is going to outdo these guys, because when trial comes, you can't bring the computer in to listen to a federal judge. Team, huge. The folks that tried to sue me brought in 3 people. They couldn't work the AV. I had an AV person. So we really shined right out of the gates in a federal courtroom. Everything's positive about the AI experience I've had. I wish I had started it much earlier.
So we brought books. They're back there. Grab them, because I don't want to take them back to Dallas. If I told you exactly how they got here through me, you don't want to know. It was 2 cars later, because I got in a wreck near Hillsborough yesterday. Had to go all the way back to Fort Worth, come back with these. Anyway, I want you to have these because I don't want to take them back. But what these books are is essentially everything that we teased out, sort of condensed. I kind of wish a couple years ago when I used to come here, when I had my own law firm, I had this book, because it would have made my life a lot easier. But please take it, okay? It's for you. Now, with that, this was just a teaser. Like, look, I want this to be Q&A. You got lawyers and you got a client up here, and we're not going to bill you by the hour. So I'm going to open it up to questions. Yeah, not yet, exactly. But no, seriously, this is a Q&A. I'm flipping it to Q&A right now. So questions, anyone? You want to?
So, hi. Uday Agari, I'm founder of a AI company. You talked about IP, but we typically have developers and all in India and China. How enforceable is it if somebody walks away with the code? And I mean, that's.
Yeah. No. No wonder why you sounded so loud, man. Okay, yeah, so that's a huge problem. So because most companies, you do offshore your development, right? And it's not even just in coding, it'll be in even foundries in Asia, essentially. How do you protect your IP? Yeah, that's hard. You can have all the contracts in the world, you can have all the patents in the world. That's going to be case by case, and I've had some clients where we've actually developed international patents, depending upon, not saying that code may be patentable. If you are afraid, and this is just straight up advice, if you are afraid that someone overseas is going to take your IP, spend the money and keep it onshore and domestically. Because to answer your question in a nutshell, it's very hard to protect it. Because once it's disseminated in China or India or wherever, it's gone. You can try to use the court systems there, but they are slow, inefficient, and by that time, whatever you're trying to go to market, it's already gone. The train's left the station, okay? And look, ultimately it's a cost problem, right? But if you really think you have that much valuable IP, if you think it's disruptive, you know, get the money for it, get the raise to keep it domestically is what I would usually advise on that. Any other questions? Brian, you want to add?
Yeah, I would just add, just because you think your idea may be stolen is not a good reason to not take steps that you can to protect it. You know, there's a lot of bad actors out there who are going to do bad things, but you got to take every precaution you can to prevent that. And so, yeah, unfortunately, there's not a silver bullet that can protect you from everything, but there are steps you can take, at least certainly here domestically, to protect your IP. Do we have another? Back there, yep.
This is a timing and cost question because a lot of us are early stage startups. When is the right time, right? You're still developing your product. You're still trying to figure out, what we're doing. But when's too early? When's it too late? How do I, weigh up the cost of thousands of dollars of legal fees and patent research or trademark research versus actually just getting it done and outlaying thousands, tens of thousands of dollars before I even know, whether I'm a going concern or not.
Right. I think all of us will have a different perspective of that, but I'm going to start with Jay first on that.
I think I always knew I wanted it patented, and you just never know when to do it, as your question was. Once I started making some money, it was time to get a IP, for sure. It wasn't very expensive. 8-10 grand just to get it started and submitted. Some drawings are so important. And that's to say you can do your own research to see other existing patterns. The internet's great. You can try to find existing things that are already working. That's very important to add to your IP, which learned also is once you do these researches and you can add their patents, so in case they come, it didn't come off, and Kumar can eloquently say it better than I can, but keep them at bay because early on in your drawings, you had identified them.
There's also some strategic planning on funds, just like you do everything else. If you're hiring coders or you're hiring salespeople, you need a partner to help you layer in when legal should be spent. Doesn't have to all be at once. It is very critical. We talked about entity formation, that you start with a company to protect yourself and your product. Next up, trademarks, copyrights. Those aren't as expensive as patents. So you layer this into your process. You hire an employee. You absolutely need an agreement that says it belongs to the company and not them. If you find, and we're one of them, but a lot of firms represent startups, and it's a different mindset because we know the spend for all of us hopefully comes later. We know when we go raise the money, we get more money. When we go public, we all make money. You get the right partners, they can help you sit at the table and say, okay, this has got to be budget one. You've got $30,000, you need to spend $4 on this, and layer it up as you go through the process. You get a good partner, they'll grow with you. We start small, hoping that it all gets better. And a lot of firms do what we do, but if you're not talking to somebody that advises startups, you're probably just gonna get a fee, and that's not a partner. Good lawyers wanna be partners, not vendors. If you find a vendor, You might get it a little bit cheaper. If you find a partner, they'll grow with you and help you have a different layer of analysis and thought process that you don't bring. You know, you're a creator, you're an innovator, you're an artist. You know, you're not a boring lawyer, but they go together.
Speak for yourself. I'm not boring. Wait, hold on.
I think to what Jeff was saying and what Jay was saying also, we can't really understate how important it is to have this strong foundation from the get-go, especially when you're looking at getting some protected IP. What's going to own it? You want the entity to own it. When you bring on key team members, those early employees, where are they going to assign their IP rights? To the entity, the company. So that's another reason why it's really crucial to take some of those steps from the get-go. When you first have that idea of, hey, I want to try to make this idea into a company, you should form the company then.
Litigation. Not all patent attorneys litigate. So make sure your patent attorney has an arm for litigation. And that's where I shined with these guys having litigation. I had no idea. When I initially got my patent, it was just a patent attorney. That's a whole scary process in itself. The patent courts rely on the ethics of the attorney. So basically any patent, and I'm gonna probably get ridiculed for them, any patent you can get done. But was the patent attorney ethical enough? And that's how we won the case. We found out these guys weren't ethical.
Yeah, I think the underlying, back to your main point is, how do you know when to do what? Look, I'm a lawyer, but I do know enough. It starts with your business plan. And part of your business plan, I think what the ultimate goal here is, don't see us as the lawyers as your utility bill, but as part of that team that we're talking about. Yeah, you'll have your founders, you'll have your investors, sadly, but promoting myself a little bit, but you need your lawyers too. And if you don't integrate the legal in everything, like Jordan started, like in the earlier session, you know, every phase he was talking about, there is a legal pitfall. Trust me, I've been in court on every single one of those phases. And that's how 90% of startups fail. So if you don't have a team member in a vacuum, I can't answer your question. But if I was part of the team, we can do the risk analysis of X or Y based on whatever condition at the time. So that's why I put it as part of your business plan. And unfortunately, we're not cheap, but you know, it's kind of what Jeff said. There are a lot of firms that will work with startups in a certain fashion. Okay? Other questions? Let's go way in the back over there.
I have a question over here.
Oh, where?
Right here. Hi.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Hi, yeah, it's a two-part question. The first part is about IP and data ownership. What are the best practices for protecting artist data from being sold or misused? And then the second part is, because we're incorporating as a Delaware PBC, would incorporating as a PBC give a stronger legal ground to prioritize artists over shareholder profit?
Yeah. Ryan, you want to take the IP?
Well, so it sounds like to me that you said it was artist work. What did you say? What type of products or work was it?
I was asking about artists and
Yeah, so
data ownership.
copyrights would cover that would probably be your main source of protection. Copyrights for the work itself, and then for your business itself, probably some trademarks and things like that to protect whatever your business and the slogan of the business, and again the logo wherever you're using. But the copyrights would be your main source of protection.
Right, but copyrights aren't protecting artists from AI.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, from AI. Well,
Are you guys experienced in your line of work? Are you seeing that? Have you worked with anybody that are fighting for their data?
Yes and no. So the thing about AI is this: the patent office, I want to say about a year and a half ago, just put new guidelines on what its first. Let me. It's like a two-part answer back to you. I got to lay some predicate here. The issue with AI is not so much about ownership, but about creativity for authorship, which is different than ownership. Okay, so anyone can own IP, but you not necessarily are the one that created it. Okay, so that's why I kind of want to make that distinction. And so first and foremost is, can AI get patents or trademarks or anything like that? And the Patent Office literally put guidelines that said a substantial portion has to be made by humans. What the hell does that mean? Well, that's why I'm a litigator. We litigate that, and it's a fact-intensive answer, okay? So to answer your question, are we seeing it? Yes. Are we seeing it in the courts to be definitively tell you there's a right and a wrong way? No, it hasn't been developed yet because the courts haven't sorted that first predicate of who actually created it, okay? So the best policy that I would always suggest is the more human involvement, you're probably less likely to worry about AI. But if you are literally, let's say, have a song and then some AI generator ripped you off and did that, as long as your song was copyrighted, you probably will have to file a copyright lawsuit, but you know, there's all these defenses on those type of intellectual property in the courts. What you really need to probably start doing is, if it's probably becoming problematic, this is where Congress needs to step in, okay? And so what we're seeing in the federal system is, again, cart before the horse. You raise a great question, but the reason why I'm sort of dancing around it is there's not enough body of law or statute for me to help you on that. So that's where, hey, guess what? We have a constitution. Now you have to, instead of going to Article 3, you have to go to Article 1, which is the US Congress and your reps and your senators. So, sorry, I don't know if that sort of helps you on that.
And as you will, we're going to see more and more cases like this, so the law will develop. Unfortunately, yes, we don't have an answer for you yet, but there's lawsuits already, I think, pending. You know, I think people are being, content creators are suing ChatGPT and other AI engines, and, you know, that are using their works to create content. So as those lawsuits progress, we'll get more law. And then, so stay tuned and come back to us, and we can help. But we need that law to develop as it goes on. But, you know, it's a good question, and certainly something to be concerned about. Yes, I mean, obviously, you start with the basics. You get the copyright, you get the protection, you keep an eye out on what's going on. Always, when you got to keep, you know, when you have an IP protection, one of the things is you have to enforce that protection. So you have to follow what's going on. And so if your work is being used by an AI engine, you know, you have to, you know, notify that provide written notice that everything should be written. You want a record of everything you're doing. So even if the law is not there, you're protecting your work. You're putting your notice out there that say, hey, this is mine. You're utilizing it. And maybe that law is not there right now to protect you, but at least you put your stake in the ground. And so it is that your complaint and your notice of you know, the wrongful use of your work is noted. So maybe as the law develops down the road, then you will have potential for, you know, damages or protection.
And I know you had a two-part, so let's go to the Delaware issue. Jeff, do you want to grab?
Any entity you choose is going to have the same sort of baseline protection from liability and ownership. So distinguishing, some entities are developed for very specific reasons. There's trust entities in certain states, but the baseline is there's not like a better one to protect yourself or your assets from. It's just really having it and then following your corporate formalities to make sure you're acting like a company, whether it's a limited liability company, an LLC, a limited partnership, a corporation, or any other statutory unit. They all represent the same sort of baseline of protection.
But the Delaware PBC have to be fulfilling their mission. So does that allow for an artist to have more stake versus the shareholder if you have to be mission aligned as a Delaware PBC?
So getting very, very granular into what that entity shapes form, a little bit outside of my wheelhouse on the interactions of that. But each one of those statutory entities has codified language and guidance that should suggest that. Delaware is our most popular state because they go out and create and litigate and speak to various interpretations of those. So that's where I would start looking.
And I think we have room, well, I'm sorry, it's going to go back here. One more question, and then before we do that question, just so you know, we're hosting the happy hour at 4. Please come to that. We're here all day and tomorrow. So one last question. There you go.
Yeah, it's maybe a bit of a two-part, but first one is that We're currently in the idea validation phase, and we're doing something in the healthcare field, specifically aesthetic medicine. Is there a need to form a C Corp initially when trying to work with our target customer on the MVP?
I'll let my corporate brethren answer that one.
Yeah, so again, I would say, do you have a LLC formed right now or no entity formed yet at all?
We do have an LLC.
Okay, yeah, so as you're developing the idea and you're working through it, I think it would be important to make sure that all the IP is assigned to the LLC, the entity actually owns it. As you go out to actually look to raise capital, a lot of it will depend on what investors you're looking at as to whether or not you might want to convert to C Corp. At some point you might want to, but again, I think the key is that you have an entity formed right now.
And just one other quick thing. Don't know the specifics, we could chat after, but also just pay attention, like the corporate practice of medicine rules in the applicable state, just in
Right.
case those are implicated in any way.
Right.
And if that kind of hits your ownership thresholds or anything like that, right, they can get pretty granular. And it's a state-by-state analysis.
Okay, and that's essentially the part B that I had is essentially regarding the company formation and if we're, meant to proceed with a Delaware versus a Texas C Corp for investor funding and fundraising operating in Texas.
So I practiced law in Texas my whole career, and it's a very sophisticated law. It's actually rewritten 25 years ago to mirror Delaware in as many possible ways. The main difference is there's institutional bias for Delaware, and people are just used to it. So there's nothing wrong with Texas law, but if you're trying to explain that to an investor, you're kind of explaining something not about your product, and you're kind of wasting your opportunity in your moment.
Right.
What I tell people early on is an LLC is so easy and flexible and cheap to form. You don't need a lot of help to do it. But you have an entity and you're operating as a company. When you have to go out to start to raise money, you're probably going to want to get a little more sophisticated with what you're trying to do. They've created so many forms. Lawyers have such a very interesting reputation. But some folks out in the Silicon Valley created these baseline forms that are really good bylaws and shareholder agreements and initial funding vehicles. The Y Incubator, the NVCA, those are so useful and practical tools that investors respect and lawyers respect. So it minimizes some of the burden early on.
Right.
But almost all of those are presuming you're going to have a Delaware C Corp.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you.
Are we done, or do we have any more questions? I'm not sure what, okay, we got one more question.
Hi, guys. Thanks for your time. I just had a question on the barriers to entry and kind of building a moat. If you have your business is a bit less able to patent it. So are there any other ways? I mean, we have the IP. We have the IP for like the name, for example, in our relevant industries. But if it's harder to patent it, for example, Jay, I know you did that for yours, sir, but were you surprised that you could patent what you were doing? And are there other ways? I mean, we've looked at like exclusivity agreements with our suppliers. We basically have a supply chain marketplace. So we're just looking at like other ways we can build those barriers.
That's not going to be my question. I know I just had a product, so it was easy to patent.
Yeah, I'm happy to talk to you afterwards, so we have more time to talk about specifically what you do. But there's a lot of different methods to protect what you have. I mean, it might be trade secrets, for example, is another method that a lot of companies will utilize. Trade secrets are good because you don't have to register, obviously, the trade secret. It's a secret. And obviously, that's the most important part of it is you have to keep it a secret. And so you have to take steps to protect what you do. But as you said, exclusivity is important. Confidentiality agreements, very important. Make sure that your employees, being full service is the nice thing about our firm, is you work with the corporate lawyers and they can get you set up and you get into the employment agreements and things like that. So you're making sure that you have confidentiality protections. So any of the things that your employees are working on, they stay at the company. They don't leave and take it with them. And those are just a couple examples off the top of my head.
So I'm a lawyer, and I'm also kind of a history nerd. There's so many interesting case studies about businesses that have done this and worked it. And one of the most famous ones is Coca-Cola's recipe. And it may be nothing to do with what you're doing, but they've managed to hang on and protect, what they think is essentially core to their business. Now they have a great brand, they have a name, marketing, things like that. But you can probably go do some research about entities and find some case studies that look like yours and learn from the past of what they've done as well too, which is, also free.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, that's a trade secret there. The recipe.
Sorry, as somebody who watched Succession, how important is it for founders to have a will, estate plan, succession interests in writing?
Extremely important. And, yeah, extremely important. I mean, you spend your life or a decent portion of your life building a brand, a company, and in many cases, it's the person's most valuable asset, and they want to be ensured as to how their loved ones are going to inherit that, what's going to happen with the company at the end of the day. And these things can get really complicated, especially when an exit comes up, and you can look into different ways that you can own the entity for tax savings purposes. But I know Jeff is a succession buff.
Yeah, for sure. Another critical component is what if you're in between? I led my first comment with how important it is for founders to control their company. You can give up 90% of the profits if you control your company and build it. But if you are not thinking about what happens if you're not able to execute it, who takes over your voting shares, who would you trust with that control? It may not be your husband or your spouse or your children, it may be your partner, but the economic value can be transitioned over to your spouse or your estate. Meanwhile, the voting control that you knew was so important and critical goes to your number two or your, one of your other, or several of your partners, and you trust them with that. It's a very interesting thing. You can split revenue from control in a number of ways. And so it's really critical to be thinking about that all the way through, really. And it's not hard to pivot and adjust along the way.
And
But it sounds like you do that in your firm, right?
Absolutely.
yeah, we do. We have a whole progress group. And I will actually give you a personal reason why you need to. So again, part of the reason why I was coming here to Austin Startup Week was I had my own law firm. And my equity partner and I, we were late 30s, early 40s. And he passed away of a heart attack at the age of 43. Right at the height of COVID and right at the height of what we were probably the most profitable of our firm, we had to grow. And just imagine one of your founders passing away. We had an LLP agreement, but the LLP agreement was kind of silent on what you just said. And I got caught up in probate litigation for about a year. And part of the reason why I'm actually here at Cole Schatz is because at some point I couldn't keep that entity open. It was such a disaster in probate that I had fiduciary duties to clients, and I just on a personal level couldn't handle it, so I closed the shop up. And then, fortune blessed me, because look, I have a great team, but yes, to answer your question, do it. As a guy who was in his early 40s, I learned the hard way about that, and I was building my own brand at that point too. So, with that somber moment. Go.
You're here. The name Halliburton been in existence for over 100 years. That's my surname as well. I already received some documentation from their attorney, but they're in oil and gas and we're in real estate. Should I still go ahead and do a trademark on my company, although they have the patent for it? They have the trademark for Halliburton.
You will get rejected pretty quick. I can guarantee you that. So,
But it's the Golden Arcs, not the
Yeah.
Golden Arches.
yeah.
McDowell's, not McDonald's.
Yeah, I'm fairly confident you'll get rejected. I mean, you could pay a lawyer and then see what happens, but I would advise not to do that. Okay, I think we are done. So again, we will all be at the happy hour. We're all here throughout the day. Please grab a book. Thank you for everyone's attention. Hopefully this was informative. So thanks again, everyone.
everyone. We're going to take a quick 15-minute break, grab some lunch. We'll come back for a lunch and learn with ProColumbia in 15 minutes. All right, welcome back, everyone. We are going to start the next session, which is a lunch and learn. We're going to keep the momentum going. Our next session highlights how Colombian software companies handpicked by the Ministry of ICT of Colombia and ProColombia are powering global startups through innovation, cultural alignment, and scalable talent. Please join me in welcoming our incredible group from ProColombia and Colombia's Ministry of ICT.
Is it working? Okay, hi. How are you? So, okay, when you think about innovation and technology, maybe you would think about Silicon Valley or very big companies, don't you? But here, I'm gonna tell you from a place full of tech talent, creativity, and great people. And this is Colombia. So, okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Maria Antonia Cárdenas. I'm part of ProColombia. ProColombia is a government agency that helps connect the companies from Colombia with international opportunities, okay? So how we do that? We connect offer and demand. And we can help you startup CEOs and founders to meet Colombian tech talent. How can we do it? We have some events in Colombia. We host some events in Colombia where you can go. We sponsor you to go them to connect with some potential partners, okay? So, okay. So how can you connect with them? First of all, we help you to build global teams over there, finding the right partners you need, and organize business agendas if you want to go to Colombia and to connect with them. And also, you can join events like this one with some Colombian tech talent over here. So you can meet them just a little bit after that. So now you may ask, but Maria, why Colombia? You know, why I'm gonna look for Colombia? So we have some advantages over here that I want to tell you. The first one is the talent. We got a lot of talent over there. We have almost 1.8 million professionals with English and very good technical skills. Also, the efficiency, you can save up to 30% of the cost savings than if you hire locally. Also, the proximity, that's really awesome because we share the time zone with the US. So we can connect to 9 to 5, and that's really good. And also, we have 300 flights weekly connecting 10 US cities to 9 cities in Colombia. So that's nice. You can go whenever you want. So, and infrastructure. In Colombia, we have reliable energy, a very stable energy system, and a solid digital network. And also the culture, we have service mindset and a collaborative mindset, a spirit that can help you to build relationships in a long term. So, and the last one, but not the less important, is that the US is our main business partner from Colombia. We have a free trade agreement and a relationship for over many years. So you can start small, like the opportunities you see them. But in short, Colombian companies can help you to develop software, create prototypes, build apps, and scale your operations. Everything with quality, trust, and stability. So the invitation over here is to connect with them, to meet them, and to participate in the events we have there in Colombia, to explore partnerships over there. And also tomorrow we're gonna have the Colombian Day at the Connector Lounge. So we will wait for you. There's 9 to 4 to connect with them. And also there's some information you can scan to meet them too. So now I'm gonna show you and meet some Colombian companies. There are 10 great Colombian companies over here that they're gonna tell you what they do, how can do it, and why they are a perfect match for you, okay? So let's start with AF Global.
Thank you, Maria. Hello to everyone. I'm co-founder and chief marketing of AF Global, and we are focused on business process automation services. Why business process automation? We have globally, the global productivity losses around $3 trillion due to prone error processes, to lack of automation, and small and medium companies struggle to scale and expand their businesses. And the big ones are overwhelmed by bureaucracy and some other stuff. Then, what we offer is different automation solutions for any kind of business or of any industry and any area of the companies. In terms of banking, finance, accounting, healthcare, automotive, construction, or any other industries, we can easily automate all the bottlenecks that you have and the companies have. Then what we offer, we have RPA bots with intelligent components or no intelligent, that depends on the task, agents, and we have our own software for workflow design and business automation. What about our numbers? Our numbers are more than 30 million yearly active users, more than 10 million processes automated every year among different industries. So, for example, if you have banking conciliation, all the companies in the world need to do this kind of tasks, or HR migration, information migration, or customer service, compliance. There are many repetitive tasks that humans get bored, are error-prone, and are overwhelming your businesses and your teams. Then, with technology, we can improve this. We can automate what is boring for humans, and we can improve where humans add real value. Where is that? Creativity, strategy. You know, the human common sense so far is very important to scale and grow our businesses. So that's where automation becomes a real partner and a very useful tool for everyone. So let's automate, let's think about how technology, AI, work better for us and to improve our human capacity. So that's why that's what our business are. We already have clients in different countries of Latin America. Here in Texas, we've been already working in healthcare and looking to automate in some
You've got 1 minute.
in some other areas like construction, automotive, and accounting. So you're more than welcome to the Colombian Lounge to talk with all my Colombian peers and our companies. We would love to tell you more about Colombia, about our companies, about what our companies are capable of, and you're more than welcome to Colombia whenever you want. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we are going with Visa.
Hello, everyone. It's nice to meet with you. My name is Nelson Mancipe. I am the CEO and co-founder of Visa, which stands for Business Intelligence Software Assessor. In Visa, we specialize in custom software and staff augmentation, artificial intelligence, and business intelligence solutions. With over 22 years, our experience, our expert team consistently delivers agile, efficient, and scalable that adapt to clients exact needs. Our developers undergo regular assessments to ensure high performance, strong commitment, and seamless collaboration with your teams. We are certified in CMMI Level 5, which is the highest level services of maturity in performance in service provision. This allows us to offer faster delivery, optimized processes, and measurable in the client's operations. One of our success stories is the project we fulfill with the Colombian Health Resource Management Entity, ADRES, where we provide staff augmentation, as well improve several developments that they have. One of them is called Giro Directo, or the right transfer in English, which manages $250 billion yearly, annually, and for the payment of the companies that provide service for health. Here, we provided a group of 50 professionals for 1.5 years, among which there were business intelligence engineers, analytical engineers, full stack development engineers, etc. Another success story is our longtime client, Ecopetrol, one of the biggest oil and gas company in the world. Visa provides a custom software services for a platform that we built for manage all the properties the entity has in the country.
30 seconds.
They were integrated with ArcGIS to see the location of the properties. We are looking here partnership in order to open our new business unit here in Texas. So we are trying to deliver our services. See if something is interesting in talk about it, just let me know. Thank you.
Thank you. So, thank you. Now we're going with Indesap.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jorge Ducuara, and actually it's my first time in a conference in English. Sorry for my English and my accent, but I'm going to try. I am the CEO of Indesap. Indesap is a custom development software company in Pereira, Colombia. Pereira is a very beautiful city in the center of our country, and there is when the best coffee in the world grows. At Indesap, we built a digital solution that empowered banks to evolve faster. No faster in massive process, but faster with smart, essential, and secure software that improve operate bankings every day. Over the last years, we are partnered with the most important bankings in Colombia and in Latin America. Improve and help them modernize their platforms and modernize their experience with their customers. The expertise lies in development, banking, customer software, omni-channels integrations, and management support. Indesap makes the difference because we speak two languages, business and technology. We understand what is the import for the banking transformation, and we improve the operation banking every day. We are here in Austin today because we believe that the future of the banking is better when the people build together, and we are looking for investor partners and clients, and we are looking for improve the bankings, become more human through the better software. In Colombia, the industry banking is strong, is improved every day, and in the SAP, in the SAP, we can do it together. Thank you so much. It's all.
Thank you. So now we're going with Mitim.
Hey everyone, how are you? I know it's lunchtime, nap time for me usually, so please bear with me. Who knows what Cartagena is? Oh yeah, naughty people here. That's a good place to go. Who is launching AI products in their companies, startups, whatever? Okay, if you're seeing a little traction, who is achieving that objective without breaking the bank or spending a ton of money? Not a lot of hands. Wrong room, baby. I'll just tell you a little story. I used to be the owner of an AI agency and a SaaS company. I started doing this myself. I'm a developer. I started growing, but then I started seeing a problem. I started growing, and finding the right talent was an issue. And that's where I found Mitim. Mitim was the Colombian partner that allowed me to grow and fulfill my clients' need with expertise, with ease, and within the budget without breaking the bank. Later in the road, after success, I joined their forces, and that's why I have their badge on me today. Mitim is a company that started 12 years ago, and we have a community of 50,000 developers in Colombia that we recruit, train, and connect with the best companies in the US. These guys are amazing, and I want to share, going back to my experience as a founder, what was the experience? These guys are not only professional, smart, they are not developers. I feel like they are soldiers. They go in your company, they fight with you, they go into the trenches, and they make it work. Because it's probably the biggest opportunity they will ever have. And I'd rather have a soldier than a developer. So that was my experience. And that's what Mitim does. We have presence in the US, Miami, and Austin. We have a place here and a team here. We also serve Europe clients from small to big. And our mission here is to help you guys grow. There is a big bridge into having a great idea and being able to scale with the right talent and finding it fast, because this is a speed game. Competition is moving fast, and definitely that's what really added value to me. So please, if any of you it's having a hard time finding great talent, anyone that is looking for a soldier to fight with you, please talk to me. I'll be wearing this Fiera hat. If you guys are wondering what Fiera is, it's the first chili olive oil in the market that the pretty woman with the pink dress owns, my wife. So I'm just getting husband points, and also easy for you to find me. So nice meeting you.
40 seconds. So thank you, Sebastian. Now we are going with Nice.
Thank you, Maria. Hola, hola. Hey. Hello, everybody. My name is Natalia Cerda, and of course, I'm from Colombia. So today, before I start my pitch, I want to tell you a little story that happened to me. Today, on my way back to my way into Capital Factory, I took an Uber from my Airbnb, and I got a Waymo. Who has got a Waymo lately? Please raise your hand. Oh, not many people, so you all own cars. Anyway, so for me, at the beginning, I was super curious. I felt fear. It was something new for me because we don't have that yet in Colombia. So Of course, I call my father, my mother, my husband. I even send the plate number to my family because that's how Colombians are. We like to communicate. We like to share everything. So it came to my mind on the way here that technology is growing so fast. And something that it looks super futuristic few years ago, now is an everyday situation, isn't it? For me, it was, because I thought that I was going to have, I don't know, 10, 15, 20 years, but it's already happening. So that's why us, as an entrepreneurs and business people, we adjust. We evolve. And the most important thing, we make things happen. Even if technology gets super smarter, first, we believe real success comes from people. So at NAES, we use technology to grow, of course, but for us, first, it's people. So that's why we have been working for the last 10 years supporting different companies from America and Canada to grow their teams in Colombia and in other parts of the region. Why? Because we are cultural aligned, we're close, we even like the same Netflix shows. I'm surprised on my Airbnb that now the top 10 shows are the same that we watch in Colombia. So we share a lot of cultural things. So for me, working in this model has helped us and I have pushed and make a lot of impact in Colombia. So basically, we do only 3 things: hiring, contracting, and recruiting. So in case you want to expand your operations in Latin America, specifically in Colombia, I'm happy to provide some information. I'm looking here to connect with people because for me it's first to connect and then the rest of the things comes along. We also work with people on sales, marketing, and different type of roles, not just software engineers. To just give you a key data, in Colombia annually we did graduate over 13 STEAM and over 164,000 professionals that are ready to work remotely. So I'm going to ask you for one thing. First, go to Colombia. Yes, because you need to find the place where you're going to be working. And then they come, and then I'm sure you're going to work, and I'm happy to provide some tips about Colombia. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, okay, thank you. Now we are going with Nexer.
Hello, my name is Håkan Ahlstedt. I come from Nexi Group. We are the providers of full stack agile teams delivering from Medellin, Colombia. We let startup founders or organizations scale up their delivery of functionality so they get to market much, much faster. They can focus on building their business, focusing on their product, and not having to focus on building an organization to get the functionality out there. What we do is we make sure that you're not outsourcing, you're not putting the development out there. We make sure that we become a part of your organization. We put on your hat and become you. Our expertise is not being the most front-edge, coolest development teams, but we know how to set up a delivery organization. We remove all the problems that you have to getting a requirement or an idea to actually hit production. That's our expertise. I'm the co-founder of this organization. I came to Colombia 13 years ago from Sweden, thinking that I would teach the Colombians how to deliver software. I got slapped over the face, and I learned a lot those first 5 years. Then I left, spent a couple of years setting up organizations in India, Poland, Ukraine, Sweden, Mexico, and Argentina. And 4 years ago, I decided to come back to Colombia because, honestly, the best engineers are in Colombia. They are very hungry, they know their stuff, they never stop learning, and they're very proactive. So my recommendation, if you want to grow, scale, choose Colombia. If I can't help you, some of my friends here most sure can. If you want to talk about how to set up a outsourced, offshore, nearshore organization, what's important to get it to work, hit me up. I'm here all week. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you. So, okay, thank you. Now we're going with Ombia.
So hi all, I'm Juan Montoya. I come from Barranquilla, Colombia. It's a city in the northern coast of Colombia. Fun fact is that when we slang, we call Barranquilla Quillami because we're just a 2-hour away flight from Miami. And we also have lots of cultural affinity. For example, we play lots of baseball. I don't know if you know Edgar Renteria, 2-time World Series champion. He's from Barranquilla. We also have different stars, maybe you know, like Sofia Vergara or Shakira. So yeah, not to pop my own cherry, we do have a lot of extra flavor in our veins. So I work in business development at Ombia. Ombia is a nearshore tech firm, source of IT talent. We specialize in software development, data analytics, and AI solutions. We work mainly with 2 engagement models. One's staffing, where we basically provide a skilled professional to augment your team. And yeah, he will be basically an extension of your team. For example, one of our biggest clients under that engagement model is Microsoft. We have 10 people, 10 data specialists staffed and dedicated for them. They're doing a data engineering analytics work, basically tracking their clients' engagement with their B2B products, whereas our other engagement model is managed capacity, where we handle all the workflows and the execution of the actual project. For example, we have a client here in Houston where we recently did a project of implementing a Microsoft 365 Dynamics CRM. So yeah, we have around 70 plus headcount in our headquarters in Barranquilla, including data scientists, data engineers, full stack engineers, project managers, technical leads, all inside in our Barranquilla location. So we have that philosophy of only contracting people on site. That way we can ensure that every single time we're providing the best quality for our clients. We're very conscious about driving quality as we grow. So you're all welcome to Colombia and Barranquilla, city of lots of talent. And yeah, we'll make sure the coffee's strong, we can dance and have a great time over there. Thank you.
So with that great invitation, now we are going with Cubilo.
Here we are. I'm really nervous. I wrote down a lot of scripts to give my pitch. And at the end, I figured out that I want to be honest. I want to be real, right? I have a twin brother. His name is Carlos. He looks like me, but his brain is like 5 years old person. He has cognitive and physical disabilities, right? And because of him, I wonder, how can I change people's life for real, right? Everybody is talking about building fast and all that stuff, and that's fancy, nice. But I want to build for real products, real business models that the people really cares and think about it and that they love, right? So the way that I figure out to make that goal is working with startups, visionary founders that really care, the people that really care and love what they are doing, right? And they think about a better world, not for only a few bunch of people, but thinking about all the people that has disabilities, that has different conditions. And I don't want you think that I'm just talking about accessibility or just people with any kind of disability. Everybody of us has a sister, brother, parents. We are getting older, right? So we have to think how to make a better future, how to create different business models, but with a vision of sustainability, right? And that's why I create QBLO. That's my company. I have been working on it for around 10 years. It has been a long way to make it, right? And I'm really proud of that because I grew up being very poor, right? But with a vision, and that vision is to make a better world, right? So we are working with the startups here in Austin, Zen Business, Candos, and Nibbles. They are fintechs, right? And Nibbles is working with pet care. They are a fintech working with pet care services, financial services. So you have a dog or a cat, and you can have your credit card, and then you can have insurance for them, right? And we have been working with them for around 2 years, and they are raising the next fund. How do you say fund? What is the word? Round. Thank you so much. Yeah. So we provide them the people from Colombia, engineers, right? But when you are a startup, you don't just need an engineer. You need a real co-pilot that can help you out to figure different things out, technical aspect, design aspect, business aspect, and they really think about your business like they are theirs, right? Because if don't, they just turn into developers. And I don't want to provide you just developers. We want to provide you real people that think like you, that think and behave like a co-founder.
40 seconds.
That's my proposal. And today, my offer is just try us for 10 days totally free, right? If you're a startup or a co-founder or whatever, you can try us totally free, no worries, no risks, right? And let's build a better world for everybody. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Luis. Now we are going with Scrummers.
Good afternoon, everyone. How's everybody doing? I hope you all enjoy your lunch. Back in 2015, this company called Rappi in Colombia hit the market as a food and grocery delivery company. They are the first Colombian unicorn, and they did that in 3 years. Fast forward 10 years to today, and they are issuing debit cards and credit cards, checking accounts, savings accounts, and lending solutions to their partners. My name is Ivan Castro, CEO and co-founder at Scrummers, and we help startups and scale-ups become fintech companies. So back in the day, Rappi was facing a big problem. They had massive shopping cart abandonment. Pretty much people were not buying their product just because they rely too much on cash and they lack digital payment solutions. So to solve this problem, Rappi designed and developed a prepaid digital debit card that they put on their app, effectively creating a wallet. They created alternative payment solutions to what it was available in the market back then, and they invested heavily in fintech infrastructure. That single strategic move unlocked hundreds of thousands of users, more relatable data from consumers, new revenue streams, and a tighter ecosystem control. Today, they are the leading neobank in Colombia and the second largest neobank in Latin America. That transition doesn't happen by accident. It's a global trend. If you look here in the States, Shopify is already offering lending solutions to their merchants. Uber is doing real-time payouts through the wallet that they have embedded on the wallet, on their app to their drivers. And Mercado Libre in Colombia, which is the Latin American Amazon, makes 40% of their revenue from fintech operations, not from selling products. So here's the truth. If you are processing payments or touching customer balances or doing transactions for you or on your client's behalf, you're halfway to become a fintech company, whether you realize it or not. So it starts with solving friction, and it ends up in creating financial products for your company. It goes from accepting payments to launching a wallet, to offering lending, and it ends with full stack financial infrastructure. So at Scrummers, we help you navigate that transition from payments to lending to wallets to anything that you need without having to become a banking expert. You don't have to become a bank tomorrow, but you can start creating that infrastructure today. Our team of Colombian developers and tech people have delivered many solutions for Latin American and US-based enterprises and businesses. We implemented the largest neobank in the world, which is the Bitcoin implementation in El Salvador. I don't know if you guys know about that, but that's a wallet that in 72 hours digitalized 4.5 million users. We also work with the Inter-American Development Bank, bringing value to people in Latin America, delivering their grants to people that are underserved and underbanked. So if you are a startup or a scale-up today, ask yourself, is your next product going to be digital, or is it going to be financial? Is it going to be fintech?
Thank you. You're over.
I didn't get the 40-second thingy. So thank you. This is me. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
I hope to see you guys tomorrow at the Connector Lounge Colombian event.
So we got the last company over here, and it's Celeric. Hi, everyone. Oh, yeah, let's go for it. Hi, everyone. How are you? First of all, can you clap once if you listen to me? 2 times? There you go. That's perfect. Thank you so much. Now, I want to know who is here. Do we have startup founders over here? Woo, okay, that's great. And do we have like solopreneurs, non-technical founders? Non-technical, I see 1, 2, 3, okay, and technical founders? There you go, okay. This is an important question because this is kind of like the struggle that we found with startups, is that we found technical founders that know how to build this stuff, but they're not sure how to bring that vision to life or how to communicate it. But also we have the ones that bring the vision. We plan how to sell unicorns, and we can sell unicorns, but we are not sure how to build that kind of products as something real, as something that can scale. And that's basically where Celeric comes into the picture. We fill that gap. And how do we fill that gap is with a system we've built, and we've built it and managed it, and we managed to make it scalable as it is. So the system is as this is. We sit down with startups, we understand the issues, the vision that you have. We build the wireframes, the designs, the infrastructure, the technology that you need to build. Is it something that the market really needs? We'll call you out if we need to, but we'll cooperate together because your success, and this sounds too ChatGPT, but your success is our success. But yeah, that's how we built it, and then we move to the implementation phase of it. So we'll build everything with our engineers that we have in Colombia. And there are many models that we could use. We could have staffing, we could have project-based, or just time and materials-based. And we have a whole pod for you month after month after month until you're happy with the final product. And well, Celeric, we have 17 years already in the market. Our birthday was like 2 weeks ago. So yeah, Celeric. And we started with startups, but we've moved our way to enterprises. So I feel like that's something super important to mention as well, because we have also the credibility, and we've built amazing projects with the Coca-Cola Company. We work with Abbott Colombia, Abbott US. We also work with CPI Car Group, which is the financial services. So you can count on us if your product or your startup is within the health space or financial services. We have the compliance and everything you need to start. And just to wrap it up, we are 60 people company. We're not that big, so that means
40
you're not just a
seconds.
number for us. You will know exactly who you're talking to. We like to build relationships. That's our perfect number, no more than 100 people. At least that's my advice. We keep it simple. We love working with startups, but we also love working with enterprises. And that's where our motto comes here. It's startup friendly, enterprise ready. Thank you so much for your attention, and thank you for listening to all of us. So, okay, thank you all. Now the invitation over here is to go tomorrow to the Colombian Day in the Connector Lounge. And maybe do you have any questions for me or for the companies? Or everything's okay? Is it clear? So, okay, thank you. Thank you for your time, and see you tomorrow.
All right, everyone, we're going to take a short 15-minute break, and after the break, we're going to have an interactive session. So be ready to grab a piece of paper and some pens from up here.
Test, test. It's hard to get it. There it goes.
If it's not saying anybody's, you can.
Okay. We'll try that.
Ready to be on the mic, you can just press the button on this mic.
Which one?
All right, welcome back, everybody. Welcome, welcome. All right, we're going to shake things up and do something a little different. You've heard some lectures, we had some pitches, we've had a panel. Now we're going to go from idea to innovation with Crystal Glang Chai. It is a hands-on workshop designed to stretch your imagination, unlock some fresh ways to solve problems. So I will turn it over to her. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, are you guys ready to get up and start moving around? Okay. So I am actually, well, I'm going to introduce myself. My name is Dr. Crystal Glang Chai. I am the founder of VentureLab, and it's a nonprofit that teaches youth entrepreneurship. So specifically, we focus on underserved schools and teach them how to start with an idea, come up with a company, a product, and then we also train educators on how to do that with kids as well. Before that, I taught at the University of Texas. I ran the Entrepreneurship Center at Trinity University, and prior to that, I started a nanotechnology company way back in like the 2000s. So we're gonna get creative today. Show of hands, like how many of you feel like you're creative? Yes, good, awesome. A lot of people don't say this. So I feel like as we get older, we're educated out of our creativity, right? We start in elementary school, kindergarten, we think the world's so amazing, we have all these ideas, and then as we get into middle school and high school, we start being educated out of that creativity. We start to become afraid of failure, right? You have to get the perfect grades to get into the perfect college. You've got to do great in college to get the perfect job. So I want to just re-educate people on how to have fun, how to play, how to be creative. So speaking of that today, how many of you have heard the term "when pigs fly"? Okay, so today we are actually going to make pigs fly. And I am going to be numbering you off. You guys are going to get into groups and do some brainstorming in just a second. So it's going to be 1 through 10. I'm going to start over here. Are you staying or leaving? Okay. 1. What's your number? 2. 8. We'll go here. All right, so 1. Well, we're doing 1 through 10. So 1. We'll start over here. 9, 10. So 1, and then we'll go right over here. Okay. 9. Okay. Do you want to be 10? All right. So what are you? 1, 4, 8, 10. So next row. Okay. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Who's next on this row? 10? Okay. 2, 3, 4, 9? Are you 10? Okay, so who's the next row? 1? Okay. 8? 9? 10? Oh, 8? Where do we go? Oh, you guys already went. So are you guys going in the back? Are you guys participating? Yes. Okay, so we'll start with 1. I've lost where we are. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then which row did we skip over here? Okay, so 10, and then 1, 2, and 3. Who back here doesn't have a number yet? Okay, oh wait, shoot, I missed you. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, I think we got everyone. Okay, so I'm gonna have whoever was number 1, all the ones, so we've got little, what are these called? Brainstorming thingies, papers up here. 1s come over here to this piece of paper. 2s, we're gonna have you go to this blue wall right here and bring your pens. Everyone should have a pen or a marker. 3s, right here on this white pole, right under the TV screen. 4s, we've got 1 right here. 5s, back in this left-hand corner. Sixes at this door, there's another Post-it thing. Sevens, let's see, we've got one back here. Eights back here, follow me. Eights are back here. I don't know if you can see me, we're in the back. And then nines and tens will be on the black wall. Okay. Okay, so I think everyone has found their teams. I don't know if you can hear me or see me, but at least you can hear me. So let's go over some brainstorming rules really quick since you're at your areas. So brainstorming rules, defer judgment, right? So I don't want to hear any criticism. It's all build on, yes, and. We're going to build on everyone's idea, combine them into new ideas, go for volume, so as many ideas as we can, encouraging those wild and crazy ideas, right? Because that inspires something new and relevant. Be visual. If you're a visual person, draw out the pig, and then write every idea down. So I'm going to give you guys 3 minutes, starting right now, to write as many ideas as you can for making a pig fly.
That's a strong start. I like it. Tie it to a drone. Hot air balloon. Sure, yeah. Oh my, I like it, yeah. Airplane. We got that. Airplane ticket. Airplane ticket. Why wings? Jet propulsion. Yeah, wings. There you go. Jet propulsion. Rocket. Put down rocket. Many thousands of bees. Air. Many bees. How about air? Air. You can fly on air. What about balloons? Like, what about those? Yeah, like a bunch of balloons, right? Yeah, we have hot air balloons. There's helium balloons. Throw it off the building. Gravity. What's the definition of balloon? Hits the ground. You know, like an air idea. Can't fly without air.
Flight suit, like, wingsuits, yeah, wingsuits, that's it, wingsuits. Yes. Is it the indoor skydiving? Yes.
All right, we've got 1 more minute left, and no pressure, but elementary school kids usually come up with about 63 ideas.
Indoor skydiving. Santa's sleigh.
What about a space thing? Right? Alien abduction? Ooh.
That's good. I like that.
Abducted. Yeah. You can tell I'm a marketing writer.
What about jet wings? Jet wings? I think we have jet on here, don't we?
Yeah, Joe.
Oh, that's jet wings.
Jet route. We'll just put down jet
Okay,
wings.
yeah.
All right. Any crazy tree.
What's the god who has the flying wings?
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah.
Crossbreed one genetically.
Okay, guys, time's up. Pens down. No more writing. So I want you to nominate one person from your team. Let's go ahead and stay there for now. Nominate one person from your team. I want you to count how many ideas you came up with and tell us your favorite idea that you guys came up with. We'll just start here and work our way around.
All right. Our favorite idea was CRISPR, genetically modified.
Okay, hold on, guys, listen up. All right, go ahead.
So we genetically modified a pig with wings through CRISPR.
Awesome. So a CRISPR genetically modified pig. Did anyone else have that? Raise your hands. Okay, awesome. And how many ideas did you come up with?
How many? 27.
Okay, perfect. Let's pass the mic.
Hi, Group 5. We got 20, and our favorite idea is Red Bull.
Yes. Anyone else have Red Bull? Because it gives you wings. Awesome. There are a lot of creative people here. Yes. Okay. Which group are we going to? Awesome, balloon pig. So did anyone else not limit themselves and think about a pig that was not necessarily a real pig? Okay.
We had 17 altogether, and then similar to other people, we wanted to crossbreed it with a bird of some sort.
Awesome, genetically modified pig.
For ours, we found 12 different types, and sorry, 13. I'm sorry, 13. The one we chose was the magnetic hoverboard.
Oh, good one. I have not heard that one yet. Great idea.
So we're group 2, and we have 14 ideas, and the one that, or sorry, 15 ideas, my bad. And the one that we chose is drones, so flying pigs by drones.
Awesome.
Our favorite is Team 9, was pig with explosive diarrhea as a rocket.
Oh, great idea. New way of propelling the pig in the air.
So for group number 10, we chose Angry Birds Slingshot to make the pigs fly.
Nice.
We group 1, we got 24, and our favorite is jetpack prototype.
Nice, jet-propelled pig with a jetpack. All right, awesome, guys. If you want to come sit back down, hopefully your creative juices are going now and you had some fun. And I will have you go back to that group in a bit, so. Okay, so why do we brainstorm? We're really trying to give ourselves permission to think expansively without constraints. So I'm glad that people thought about things like a balloon pig, or I don't know if anyone had like a food fight, throwing bacon, or throwing a football like a pigskin. So just like really thinking outside the box and not limiting yourself to think, oh, it has to be a real pig or an alive pig. So just letting yourself think expansively, coming up with those silly or impossible ideas, so right now we're really talking about expanding ideas. Eventually you're gonna want to narrow them down, but right now it's coming up with as many ones as possible, even if they seem silly. And so this is part of divergent thinking. It's really coming up with multiple solutions, looking at things from new perspectives, thinking outside the box. And it's really important that we're seeking out these different perspectives, even with our groups that we're in. So we know that diverse teams are just smarter. When you're working with people who think differently from you or are coming from different industries or different perspectives, it's really changing the way that your brain thinks. You're not kind of stuck in your own thinking. And studies have shown that diversity increases idea volume and innovation by 10%. So an example of this is the Patagonia wetsuit. Basically, Patagonia was trying to design a wetsuit that was more eco-friendly because the neoprene was, not really eco-friendly to build and design. So they brought in, their team, but they also invited, people in the fashion industry, in the fabric industry, to come and actually go surfing with them. And so when these people came and tried out surfing, they ended up finding that wool might be a good alternative. So they designed the first wool, basically wetsuit for skiing. And had they not invited these fabric people, they wouldn't have come up with this idea. So it's really important when you're doing brainstorming to bring these diverse perspectives. So why brainstorming? You're getting the maximum amount of ideas you can, so maximizing that innovation potential, incorporating those different mindsets, different perspectives, building excitement, so everyone seemed really excited when they were brainstorming. You're getting alignment with your team, and just exchanging ideas. So what you're going to want to do is define the problem clearly, invite stakeholders with different perspectives, have some stimulus, make it fun, have toys, have food, have artifacts, and make sure to capture all your ideas. So I was going to ask you guys, what stops you from coming up with ideas or just when you're having trouble solving problems? Anyone from the crowd? Let me see a hand. Aha, okay. I don't know if we want to hand him the mic.
Fear of criticism.
That's a good one, fear of criticism. I saw a hand over here, too.
Just giving yourself space to think, time, space, to just
Yeah.
sit there.
So a lot of time we're too busy, we've got too many things going on in our brains and our lives, and so just making that space and time to kind of be present and think about your problem.
Cost considerations.
That's a good one. I saw a hand here, too.
One challenge I have is I think about the execution even before coming up with ideas.
So kind of jumping ahead to executing before you even stop to pause and come up with like a bunch of ideas. Okay. So one thing that we're going to go over some different techniques that you can use when you're kind of stuck to try and help you get past that, stop procrastinating, and come up with these ideas. So we're going to do that by kind of looking through a new frame. So it's kind of like when you put sunglasses on, say you put pink or purple or just regular sunglasses. It's going to change the way you see things. So we're going to try to reframe some of our problems. So some tools that we use are Scamper. Has anyone ever used Scamper before or heard of Scamper? No? Okay, yay, that'll be fun. We're also going to turn things into how might we statements. So some of this is from design thinking. We're going to reframe the problem and look at analogous exploration. So this is kind of the teacher in me. So the Scamper technique, I use this a lot with students and with educators. So it's substitute, combine, adapt, modify, put to another use, eliminate, and reverse. So I'm just going to go over some examples. So substitute. What materials or resources can you substitute or swap to improve a product or idea? So I've got an example here of swapping out lead for a ballpoint pen, swapping out paper for electronic paper. So what can you substitute? Combining. What can you combine to come up with a new process or product? So a chair with wheels, combining a fork and a spoon to make a spork. Adapting. How can you adapt something to use it for a different purpose? So in this example, they have adapted a microwave to use as a fish tank. Or looking at the process of a ballpoint pen to make a new type of roll-on deodorant. So you can kind of use these ideas from other things to solve your problem. So modifying, this is just about changing the color, the size, the shape. How could you make it bigger or smaller? How could you make it feel different or look different? Putting to another use. So a tire, making into a swing. One of the things I like is Tempur-Pedic. The Tempur-Pedic material was originally used for the NASA seats in the rockets. And someone found out that you could use it for bedding, so used in a completely different industry. Eliminating. How can you eliminate features or parts to make a new product? Reverse, this is an interesting one. So how can you do the exact opposite of what you're trying to do now, or reverse or swap? So, the idea of sitting down to eat lunch versus takeout, or The opposite of a pizza, a calzone, because like the pizza and the stuff's on the inside instead of the outside. The other thing is, how do we turn our challenges into a how might we statement? So how might we do something for someone in order to change something? The important things are how, so it suggests we don't know the answer yet. We don't know. Might emphasizes that there's not just one answer. There may be many possible solutions. And we suggest that you want to work as a team and come up with a collaborative idea. So if we go back to how might pigs fly, so I'm just going to call it to the audience right now. So how might we substitute the pig for something? I already heard people giving answers for this, but let's hear some more. What would you substitute? Say, like, instead of a plane, what could he be flying in, or she, or it? What is it? Oh, like a parachute? Oh, okay. Any other suggestions? Maybe a helicopter. A helicopter?
Can we substitute the pig?
What do you want to substitute the pig for? Bacon? Hot dog? I saw hot dog somewhere. Okay, so what about combining? I heard some combining ideas. What could you combine the pig with to make it fly? A bird? So like a big eagle picking it up, or combining it with wings, or CRISPR, genetically modified pig? Any other ideas?
Use Neuralink to link a human with a center flight school.
Oh, I like that. And then what about modifying the pig? Any ideas? You could genetically modify the pig. It could fall into a vat of radioactive material, and I don't know. You can come up with a ton of ideas. But you can see, like, as you were brainstorming, if you had Scamper, you could pick one idea and just riff off that. What can we substitute? What can we combine? What can we modify? What can we reverse? So when you're stuck at however many numbers you get, start going through that list and substituting, combining, modifying, adapting. So that's one way to kind of help you get out of that like stuckness. And that's kind of an example of reframing. You're reframing onto one specific topic, so just substituting. Let's just look at what we can substitute. Let's look at what we can adapt. Let's look at what we can modify. So I'm actually gonna have our teams, let me pose this problem first, and then I'm gonna have you guys go back and brainstorm again. So we're gonna try reframing a problem. So the problem is, I can't get my kids to eat their vegetables. Does anyone else have this problem? Yes. Okay, so we're gonna put this as a how might we statement. I'm gonna say, how might we get kids to eat more vegetables? So I'm gonna have you go back to your groups, and I want you to brainstorm, how might we get kids to eat more vegetables? I'm gonna give you about 3 minutes. Yeah. Actually, would you guys mind seeing if they need more paper? You can use the Scamper method for this. You can also brainstorm, and we're going to get into some more techniques while you're up here.
How about fried though? Oh, fried. How about honey too?
Incentivize getting more.
Monetary reward?
So for veggie chips. Veggie chips. Yeah.
Genetically modified, it tastes like fruit.
Like CRISPR. Yeah.
Fruit and vegetable combination.
changing the color so it's not green.
Yeah, there you go.
Make it look like something.
Yeah, yeah.
What's like the forcing them to do it? Like the force feeding thing?
Tie them down.
Like, I'm the parent. You just
That never works.
You make them think they're not supposed to have it. So that they will.
Psychological.
Oh, yeah.
You brainwash them into wanting
Okay, I'm going to pause you guys really quick. So I see that you guys are coming up with some great ideas. Let's change it up a little bit. Let's help you get some more ideas. So we're going to try and look at this problem from a new frame. So you've brainstormed how you might get your kids to eat more vegetables. Let's think about, I want you to brainstorm some places that do fun and exciting things with kids. I know this may seem kind of on a different tangent, but it's going to help us. So if you want to brainstorm now, what are some fun places or some places that do fun and exciting things with kids? Could be a theme park, could be anything.
Museums?
Depends on how dirty the kid is.
Science playground? Yeah, right, thank you. Yeah. Parks, right?
Playing with dolphins.
Animals.
Soccer, or like the sports. Yeah. Thank you.
Petting zoo, I guess that's kind of far.
A zoo? The mall?
The mall.
Their room.
Yeah.
Space.
Yeah, there you go.
The YMCA.
Well, having that some more, I think people might be running out of. Okay, we're going to try a new frame again. How would a magician get kids to eat vegetables?
Yes. Pull it from a hat?
Yes. It disappears and comes back. Pretend it's all their parents will have, like, they don't. Hypnosis.
I like it. I got thinking. Pull from behind the ear.
Yeah. Change the appearance. What's that one? It's like persuasion. It's like that mind. Yeah. Right. What is that called? Not road.
All right, I'm going to change the frame one last time. You can, we don't have to do all four of these, but if you want to look at either what places make eating food fun, or how might a food truck get kids to eat vegetables?
Juice it.
Yeah.
Blend things together.
Food truck is shaped like a bunny.
Yes.
So it's some kind of game or
All right, so tying all this together, so our first prompt was how do we get kids to eat more vegetables, right? That's our question. Then we looked at these different frames and we came up with different places, or how would a magician, what places make food eating fun. So if you want to kind of tie all these together, look at your answers to all of these and see if you can come up with some even more creative ideas on how you would get kids to eat more vegetables. And then I'm going to call on each team to tell me your favorite idea in about a minute or two.
Okay, so you're a magician that works in a food truck, and every time they eat it, they teleport into the world. All right, so let's pick one. Which of these?
Maybe science. Yeah. Yeah, history type. Yeah. Music park science.
Okay. I really like the reverse psychology.
Yeah, that was good.
Hypnosis.
Okay.
Yeah, hypnosis.
Okay, hypnosis.
It's turning into work.
Music part, hypnosis, utensils in place, Yes, I'm gonna add one more contest. This whole thing has been very good.
This is only one dinner though. You're gonna have to keep raising the bar every day.
Do you mind? No, ask them again if you can pass it.
Gets us through Monday.
All right, I'm going to hear from you guys, and then we're going to sit back down and wrap it up. So do you guys want to share your, what's your favorite idea after doing all of this brainstorming and reframing?
All right, so we're going to hypnotize children at amusement parks with a jingle and utensils that are shaped like vegetables and are edible.
Awesome, great idea. All right, our next team, let's see, someone's bringing a mic over there.
All right, well, we're going to choose the veggie games, which is like Squid Games, where kids are meant to eat the vegetables or they're going to come to some other ending. How's that?
That's a great idea.
Our ideas are to have a petting zoo with Patrick the pickle and Carl the cucumber. And every time you feed the goat a carrot, you eat a carrot.
Oh, I love that. So a petting zoo, and every time you feed vegetables to the pets or the, what did you say it was, like a sheep or a goat, you eat one as well. I like that idea.
We would transform
the experience by having them curate the vegetables and put it in an IV while they're watching a magician.
Oh, okay. IV infused vegetables.
We would use like social media, like maybe a TikTok trend to kind of throw like vegetable parties, so that
I
way
love
kids like,
that.
feel like they want to be involved in it and all that stuff. Just kind of change the culture from the ground up a little
I
bit.
love that. So
Yeah.
changing the culture from the ground up, TikTok vegetable parties.
Yes, so we will have a TV show that follows a food truck around the country to do live entertainment like Veggie Tales, where we have a magician that makes vegetables, that makes a magic veggie juice for kids.
I love it. I hope people are getting some good business ideas from this.
Oh, are we ready?
This group over here.
For our group, we were thinking of gamifying it, so creating a local competition among the kids. Whoever eats the most vegetables gets a collectible card every time they eat a vegetable, and then the winner receives a sort of soft serve veggie infused ice cream.
Oh, that is a great idea.
We would make a TV show or a movie that's like as popular as K-pop Demon Hunter, that's super entertaining. And the characters would have like a favorite vegetable that gives them powers, making kids excited about vegetables.
I love that. My kids love K-pop Demon Hunter. I love it too. But yeah, I think that's a great way to get kids to eat vegetables.
Our strategy mixed peer pressure with gamification. So we said we would do a cooking class for kids they would be making a unique shape with the veggies, and an example of that was ants on a log with the equivalent in veggies.
That's what we could think of. Awesome. All right, last team.
Sure, just picking out a few of our favorite ideas. Make veggie ice cream, which we heard earlier, Top Chef competition,
Ooh.
and bribery.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Great ideas. All right, you guys can have a seat. Thank you for indulging me in that. So I know this was a silly idea, right? But the idea is that you can take these same sort of skills and do it with any sort of problem that you're working on, whether in life or at work, at school. You can always come up with new frames and new ways to solve different problems. So we only have 5 minutes. Really quickly, I'm going to talk about analogous exploration. So this is a way, another brainstorming technique or divergent thinking technique, where you're looking at other industries to help you solve your problems. So I've got a picture of like an airline pilot and a surgery room. So what are similar between these two industries? Why are they similar? Checklists? A lot of risk. Systematic, I heard another one somewhere. Keeping people alive. So these are, okay, one more. Yes, a lot of time in school. So these are both industries that they're high stress. People's lives are in your hands. You need a lot of checklists. So if you're in one industry, you can look towards a completely different industry that operates maybe similar to yours, right? So maybe the surgeons learn from the airline industry that, hey, we need to have checklists so we make sure we get everything done and not kill the patient. So the idea is really leveraging that inspiration or leveraging principles from other industries to solve your own problems. So an example, Fairchild Semiconductor, they were having problems delivering to smaller businesses. They did really well with larger clients, not so well with smaller clients. So they were thinking, how can we better serve our customer? How can we give them confidence that we will be able to deliver on time and help them meet their earnings revenue? So what they did is they went and they thought, where can we go where people are able to instill confidence? What other industries instill confidence when they don't really have visibility into their supply chain, or they may not know if they have the inventory that they need? So they came up with a florist, so a really well-known florist, and the hospitality industry. So they went to the florist and they asked them, how is it that you're able to make sure you have the right flowers for people? How do you deliver for large weddings? How do you deliver for just small occasions? And they found out that the florist could see the farmers and the supplier system, so they had better insight into what type of flowers were coming, when they were coming, what was in season. And then from the hotels, they were like, what happens when you overbook? How do you keep your customers happy? And so they found out that other hotels can see other hotels' occupancy rates. So they kind of learned from both these industries. Oh, where did it go? Okay, here it is, yes. So how did these apply? So they asked, how might we better communicate with our suppliers? How might we actually share inventory levels across the supply chain? How might we partner with other semiconductor companies if our supply chain is down? So they took these ideas and these things they learned from completely different industries and asked these questions to apply it to their own. So how this works in practice is reframing. So you're going to brainstorm an analogous industry. You're actually going to go to that industry or that location and experience yourself, ask how they do it, extract those principles, and then leverage to fuel new ideas. So just as an example really quick, we don't have much time, so I'll go through it quickly. So auto dealerships, a lot of people dread going there because they're afraid of being taken advantage of, right? You don't really trust them. So a question you could ask is, how might we turn the dealership visit into an experience that builds trust quickly? So just if anyone wants to shout out, where would you go? What industry or location would you go? Where's someplace that helps you build trust? Where do you trust going? What sort of business? Anyone? Local or small, but more specific. Healthcare? And I want us to get even more specific. So maybe like a dentist's office, right? You wouldn't really go to the dentist if you didn't trust that they weren't going to hurt you. Or maybe a gym, right? You have to trust the gym that you're going to go to. You have to feel comfortable. You have to feel safe. You have to feel trust that they're going to like take care of you and not make you feel bad. So really, a contractor, a lawyer, yeah, you're going to want a good lawyer. So you can go to these different industries and then ask them, like, how do you build trust with your clients? What do you do for your clients that makes them trust you? And then the next step is watching them, observing them, and just going in with that learning mindset of what is your problem, what are you trying to solve, and what is it that this other industry is doing, and how can you apply it? So I think that is the end of my talk, and just I want you guys to go out, experiment, explore, try some brainstorming, try some scampering, try some analogous exploration, and definitely practice this with your own problems and have fun doing it. So thank you so much, and I hope you guys enjoyed the time.
Thanks, everyone. We are not going to take a break before our next talk. We're going to have a fireside chat. So maybe stand for a quick stretch and take a seat. Up next, we're going to be talking about scale, how to grow big without losing your Austin edge. Please welcome Jesse Draper, founding partner of Halogen VC, in conversation with Nick Spiller from Capital Factory. They'll talk smart fundraising, sustainable scaling, and how to tell stories that truly travel. Give them a big welcome.
Hello, hello. All right. Might have to press the button. All right. Good to see everybody. Some familiar faces, rocking and rolling. We've got a very special guest. I'm going to do a quick intro. We're going to dive in, chat a little bit about investing and your fund and a bunch of cool stuff. But y'all will have a chance to ask questions too. And that's usually the best part. So please think of some good ones, and we'll get to that in due time. But like I said, we have a very special guest today on Capital Factory's podcast. She's the founding partner of Halogen Ventures, LA-based VC firm funding the future of family. Love it. And they're doing that with a fresh $30 million fund they just closed. Before her VC career, she explored media and storytelling, including creating the Emmy-nominated series, The Valley Girl Show, giving her perspective that blends culture, entrepreneurship, and tech. Well, thank you, Aaron. I didn't realize you hadn't set all this up yet. I'm just diving in, having fun. She's a fourth-generation venture capitalist. I don't know how many fourth-generation VCs there are, but it's a dynasty, the Draper family. We've had like our third Draper on the stage, and love all of you. Not picking favorites. Well, you're my favorite today, actually. But,
Thank you. Thank you.
yeah, and she's investing in a $1 trillion economy around the world of raising children, working parents, and thriving consumer ecosystems around families. Really excited to chat with Jesse Draper on the Capital Factory podcast. Let's welcome Jesse.
Thank you. Thanks, Nick. Thanks for having me. I just made Nick do some squats backstage. It was great.
It's the first time
Don't you feel good?
I feel great. I might leave here without my back going out for once. Something about Tech Week always gets me going. But yeah, you're doing a triathlon, you mentioned?
Doing a triathlon on Saturday, guys. This is my first. Has anyone done a triathlon? It's very scary for me.
I mean,
I'm like, man, I just want to finish.
That's right.
I mean, who knows? I might win this thing, but I just want to finish.
I'm just glad I did the 10 squats back there. But that was fun, and it was a great way to warm up. But let me dive in. Let's ask. Your new fund is focused on the future of family.
Yeah.
What inspired that focus, and how are you defining success, maybe beyond just making millions and millions of dollars as a VC?
Well, I'll zoom out a little, Nick, and thank you guys so much for having me. I love Capital Factory. We love doing deals with Capital Factory, and we invest all across the country. I'm Jesse Draper. I run Halogen Ventures. We invest in early-stage, female-founded consumer tech and B2B software. Right now, we're focused on future of family. How do you support the family at work, at home, the physical health of the family, and the financial health of the family? Also, a new investor of ours is the state of Alabama. So we also, I like to throw out there, have an Alabama fund. It's important because Alabama is ranked 50th for female founders, and so we have a lot of work to do. So we're looking for great companies and co-investors in Alabama. We've already deployed some of it, and we're really pumped about that fund as well. So to zoom out, you kindly mentioned I'm a fourth-generation investor. I like to point out I'm the first female in line, and it didn't look the same, I think, to me that it did to the rest of my family because I was female, so I didn't think I could go into this. So like every other young girl, I went to Hollywood, who wanted to, I was like, oh, that's what I should do is go to Hollywood. I was in entertainment. I started one of the first tech talk shows back in 2008, 2009. It was really silly. I would equate it to like a Borat-style pink tech TV show. I know it was one of the first, though, because I had Elon Musk and Eric Schmidt on, and nobody cared. And it was those early days of, let me take you back to days where we used terms like the blogosphere, and it was just blogs, and there were no pictures or video, and we were one of the first video content companies to partner with Forbes.com and Mashable and all of these other tech news sites who were looking for interesting tech-savvy kind of business news content. Took the show to TV. We were nominated for an Emmy, and after 2 seasons of that show, we ultimately built out a kind of TechCrunch-esque news site. And after 2 seasons of that show, I'd only interviewed incredible men in technology. And I felt like, okay, well, I didn't think I could go into tech because I was female, even though my family has been incredibly supportive and it was nothing, against them. They say you can be what you can see. So I made an initiative to interview 50% women in tech, and they came. This was Sheryl Sandberg before she'd written Lean In, and Jessica Alba when she just started Honest Company. And had I a fund back then, they all went public, and it was fantastic. But through that, I started getting pitched what I call it still today, the Batwoman signal. I created this Batwoman signal. There were incredible women starting amazing tech companies, and they were looking for funding. And so we started getting just inundated with pitches for the show. And sometimes I'd say, you're too early for the show. Can I negotiate some sweat equity? And ultimately, I started writing some small angel checks. One of those did really well for me, and I sold on the secondary market for a 26x multiple. And then I had this nice little track record, had a few other wins, and used that to raise my first fund. My first fund, I pitched 500 potential investors how many entrepreneurs do we have out here? Hopefully lots. How many investors? A couple. And I pitched probably 500, I'm sure you feel me, and I closed 85, raised $10.4 million for our first fund. We just closed our third, and we're just shy of $100 million AUM today. And so that's more than you ever wanted to know about my background, but I just wanted to zoom out.
Thank you.
I don't come to Austin all the time, but I love Texas. We have some great companies here, Trust and Will. Do you guys know Trust and Will? I'm gonna say it a lot because then your phone will blow up with ads. Trust and Will. Trust and will. Okay.
It's a good trick. I should do that more often. All right. And so with that backdrop, tell us about the new fund. What's new about it? We got the Alabama angle. We can talk about that. But yeah, what's the...
So yeah, the new fund, we're investing in this category, Future of Families, and what we realized was over our last two funds, we had about a dozen portfolio companies that were focused around childcare specifically, and they were doubling in value year over year. They were really steady growth. They were doing really, really well, even through the pandemic. And we looked at that and said, could childcare be our focus? And we actually went out with this thesis around childcare, and we got a lot of interesting pushback. A lot of people said, is childcare a big enough opportunity? I was like, well, it's like $548 billion, but I love a good challenge. And so we went and did a whole study. We called it our Future of Families study. We interviewed parents all across the United States. We asked what they were missing, what they were looking for, what they were willing to pay for, and we created this thesis around Future of Family, which is a $7.5 trillion opportunity. So that's why we're focused on that. And we have great companies where, when we started this, I said, one of our companies, Hop Skip Drive, which was one of these companies we'd done in the earlier funds, it's an Uber-type service for families in childcare. They're the only service that fingerprints their drivers and, does a background check. So you can think about that next time you get into your next Uber and Lyft. But I'm sure they're all fantastic people. I've had some great conversations with many of them. In
Some
fact,
of ours
one on
don't
the way
have drivers.
here.
They don't even have drivers anymore.
And
Some of them.
that's true. You may not. Yeah, you're right. You're
Don't need to worry
you're very
about
true.
that.
That's very true. And so they started doing this deal with the LA City foster care system. And I actually said, okay, well, what does that mean? This was $1 million deal for one of my businesses and seemed like a really massive opportunity. Do any of you know what the foster care system is? Like, if I had you stand up right now, could you explain what the foster care system is? Messed up. This is pretty much like, I just scared you all so much. You're like, don't call me. This is pretty much what happens in every room I ask in tech and in finance. It's really interesting. The foster care system is just totally broken, and it's kind of where our child care system begins. And I realized to start, we invest in companies that support childcare all the way to our billion-dollar company Babylist, which is the largest baby registry. And so the foster care system is incredibly broken. Children are property of the government. They end up in and out of the foster care system. And something I think about a lot is the fact that, so there's about 600,000, I would say, to 1 million foster care kids in and out of foster care in the United States at any given time. They don't really know the number because it's always changing. Apparently, if we get the homeless off the street, 50% of the children will be out of foster care. And today, the incarcerated today, 70 to 80% of the incarcerated today went through our foster care system. So this is where our child care system begins, and we really need to solve it. So we have a company called Binti that is software that sells into social services because kids were being matched with both adoptive and foster families by hand, still are by hand, but they're now in 27 states. We started kind of building out from there. We now have Upwards, which has 66,000 in-home vetted childcare locations targeting the 0 to 6-year-old. That's where children are typically neglected. At 5 or 6, hopefully you have access to a public elementary school, and that is changing. And so we started kind of building out from the idea that we need to solve foster care and then uplift the rest of, the children in America.
Yeah. Look, I want to back up, and it sounds like you went after childcare initially, and that was a $500 billion market, but your investors were like, not big enough. Just kind of goes to put the venture game into perspective for you a little bit. And you touched on child care, foster care. What are some of the other big buckets that took you from a $500 billion to $7 trillion opportunity we're tackling?
Yeah, I mean, we look at healthcare and we look at, I mean, I like to joke, I was mentioning Trust and Will over and over, our estate planning company, and I say we kind of go from baby all the way to death. I sit on the board of Trust and Will. I love the team. They're incredible. It sounds very morbid, but we actually have a lot of fun talking about things like probate, and it's a great founding team. But we're looking at it from that angle, from, you know, how can we support children, really targeting the 0 to 6-year-old in the United States right now, and then all the way to supporting families. I mean, everyone comes from a family. We love dog families as well. No one is left out. And we're thinking about senior care also.
Yeah, so elder care is another big opportunity we've seen. Interesting. And then what stage, where do you like to see in companies from a fundamental standpoint before you get involved as an investor?
So we're seed investors. We like to get in as early as possible. So we'll, you know, be kind of like first institutional check-in. And today we have over 75 portfolio companies. 5 are at over $1 billion in value today. 2 are about to go public. As long as everything goes, you know, well, you never know. And we're really excited about those. So I think when we look at a company, is that what you're asking? Like when we see a company for the first time?
Yeah, for entrepreneurs, kind of thinking, what do they need to get to become interesting for an investor like you?
Yeah, I mean, we're looking for incredible founders. I feel like at the earliest stages, you're looking sometimes at 3 to 5 people, you know, with an idea and a deck, and you need to spend a ton of time with these people. So I think first and foremost, we spend a lot of time with the founders, which has been something interesting with this Alabama deal. We've just been in Alabama as much as possible because our network wasn't necessarily in Alabama. We needed to, you know, I've now been to 5 cities in Alabama, spending time with all the founders that we wanted to invest in. Mobile is my favorite, just so you know. It's so beautiful. I'm obsessed with it. Also, I highly recommend the Alabama Safari Park. I've been on a real safari, and the Alabama Safari Park, I think, is better. It was so fun. It's on the way to Montgomery from Birmingham, just so you know. But so I think spending time with those founders, really getting to know them, it's not a world where you should be investing through Zoom anymore, you know? An investment is trust, and I think it really goes both ways. You have to create trust to make an investment, and you need to trust someone to invest your capital in them. So I think about founder personality first and foremost. You need to be insanely optimistic. You can't even see the word no. You need to just think, well, this is how I'm gonna get there. If that doesn't work, this is how I'm gonna get there. I'm gonna get there, you know? We always say we wanna make sure they're open to pivoting. And then the second thing is some kind of very unique proprietary product. We do invest in very saturated spaces, like we have some interesting beauty businesses, and you know, there are spaces where it's hard to pick the winner because there is so much going on there. And I always sort of say you need to show me your 3 major differentiators. What's proprietary to you? Why are you the person to take this to the next level? And then the third most simple thing, and we have a 100-item checklist, you know, but I'm just giving you 3 today.
List all 100, please.
Yeah, I'll go through all 100. And then the third is some kind of traction. And I never want early stage companies to be intimidated by that. It doesn't have to be 100,000 users. It doesn't have to be $100,000, you know, dollars of revenue. Just show me there's a need for this. Show me some data that says there is a massive need for this.
And what are maybe some red flags or pitfalls that you see founders commonly hit when they're trying to raise money?
I think the most common thing I see is a founder who says, who wants to be in control of everything. They think they know everything about finance, and they think they know everything about technology, and they're too scared to hire people who are smarter than them in these different categories. I think the best, or different, you know, pieces of their business, C-suite positions. I think the most important thing as a founder is to be open. You want to create the best business you possibly can, and it shouldn't matter if they know more than you. I think I see that too so many founders' detriment. Like, I had a founder who pretended they knew everything about finance, and then, you know, we raised $10 million, and then 2 weeks later it was gone. And, you know, we had, like, ever heard that story before? I'm sure, a couple of times. Now we're very, I mean, at the earliest stages, they don't always have a CFO, so we'll stick a fractional CFO in there immediately, you know, and we just want them to be open to learning, to hiring people smarter than them. I think that's one issue when they think, no, I know everything about this, you can't possibly know more than me, I can't possibly hire these people because I know the most about every single piece of my business. How do you grow? You know, you can't run your tech team at $1 billion, you know, valuation, and you can't run your finance team at $1 billion valuation. You really need to be much more open, good at working with people, good at building community, and also the best founders are obsessed with the problem. You tell them something's wrong with their CAC, and they'll just obsess over it until they solve it. So yeah, I think that's one red flag. The other thing, I kind of call it like, it's a safe space. We're being filmed. I don't think I'll be canceled for this, but I call it like the egomaniac gene. And it's happened to me 3 times out of over 75 companies. I think that's okay. And they like wrote the book before they made the money. Like the book called the, you know, my $1 million empire or whatever. And I'm like, where's my $1 million though? Like, where's my money? Or they go on the speaking tour before the product has launched, or, and I think that is not great. Then they're more focused on being the star versus fixing the problem. So that's kind of a red flag to me as well.
Yeah, there's some charlatans out there putting on a
I mean, you do need a
front.
certain amount of press, certainly in consumer products, you know,
You gotta
but
walk the
at
line.
the right time.
You gotta walk the line.
Yeah.
You know, and these people, some people make it work, some people don't. But when I listen to your response, I think of like those open-ended questions in school. It's not just about getting the right answer. Often it's just as much or even more about your approach to getting the answer. And this is like a problem you gotta sit there and wrestle with for hours and weeks and years of your life with an investor. And there's a lot of great companies out there, and you know, if you're gonna be a asshole about it, like, we're gonna go move on to the next one, right?
So true.
It's a great
Also, no
piece of
assholes.
advice. No
Like, I don't want to
assholes.
work with assholes.
That's right.
Yeah, that's like a huge red flag for me.
That's
like,
right.
you're an asshole? No.
That's right. And there's got to be really, really, really smart, and there might be a way to make it work on my end, but generally no assholes. Excellent. Well, I'm gonna ask maybe one more question, and we'll open up to the audience, so y'all have a good bit of questions. So keep thinking. How do you really look at the upside of these ventures? You know, and I think it must be so hard, especially in this such an impactful space with family and empowering women. But at the end of the day, there's only a particular type of business that can really produce venture scale returns, really grow at a rate with a certain amount of capital that can deliver returns to your investors, which is a big part of your job. I mean, what are you looking for in that sense to really identify the big winners versus maybe something that'll be successful, but not necessarily, I don't want to use any of the buzzwords, but something that really hits your return target for Halogen?
Yeah, I mean, we're looking to build billion-dollar businesses, and I'm sure, you guys see at the seed stage too, sometimes companies will come to you and they'll say, I'm building this business, and then you do the math and you realize it's only a $50 million business. And I say, okay, cool, I don't see the billion-dollar business here, so go figure out what that is and come back to me, because it can't just be one product. I need a suite of products. So we're really looking for, founders who are building that billion-dollar business. I think if you're asking specifically in future of family and childcare, I mean, we have many that are on their way there, and Babylist is a great example. They're doing, I think, $700 million revenue profitably. They're the largest baby registry. They're at over $1 billion in value, and they're just selling baby shit. It's awesome. It's the coolest thing. And that proves there are opportunities in this space. I mean, that's only one example. And then, we think about, how do you support and then in childcare, I mean, upwards, they have 66,000 in-home vetted childcare locations across the country. They're the tech that powers it. They offer corporate benefit programs. They're the most affordable option for childcare between the 0 and 6 age, because childcare is unaffordable for 99% of society today, as I'm sure many of you are aware. And so they're tackling it from a tech perspective. They also have, an 8-figure deal with the government to subsidize costs for those living below the poverty line who can't afford childcare for their children. And so I see that 66,000 in-home vetted locations, that's the largest network of childcare locations in the country, and they're just off to the races. So there's a lot of opportunity here, and it's really tech-enabled. We have Binti, which is, not Binti, Mirza, too many portfolio companies. Do you feel that way? You have a lot more than me.
Trust and Will,
Trust
right?
and Will. Trust and Will. But Mirza is a childcare benefits technology software for hourly workers in Costco or Target who can't afford childcare and need technology to access the government benefits, and corporations are so excited about what they're building. So there's a lot of different, avenues. You have benefits all the way to a baby registry.
Yeah, and see, this might just be
Healthcare,
one.
fintech.
Right. One observation is just that all those companies are set up to serve the market across the country. And, Baby List, people can go there, sounds like, list their name, but also buy products. I'm a dad, you buy a lot of products. It's amazing, actually, like the things you don't even know. If you don't have kids, the things that exist that you'll need that you don't even know exist, it blows your mind. But also, taking the childcare where you're able to acquire the supply in a unique way, and it sounds like they partner with people that are regional or local, but they're able to put a nationwide brand on it, so then you go market, you can get people from all over the country and really tap into the big.
Well, and Baby List will go international too.
International, yeah. Excellent. Who has a question for?
It's a
for
big
Jesse?
upside, if that's the question. Big upside for childcare.
All right, right
Right
here.
here?
We're gonna bring over a mic if you don't mind. Yep.
Okay.
You guys are like the quietest audience I've ever experienced. So thank you for that. But
So, what's the most successful company you've ever invested in, and what did you notice in that company or its founders that differentiated it?
It's so hard to pick one. I just talked about Baby List, so I'll give you a different one. I think I'm successful in, I'm invested in Metropolis, which is a parking technology company. I had worked with their founder and been an advisor on their first parking business, so I knew this was a proven founder in parking. They're like paperless parking, so if you drive in, they take a picture of you and know everything about you. Actually, my business partner texted the founder and said, hey, this wasn't me. I just got like a $90 ticket from this lot. And he just texted her a picture of herself in the lot and was like, no, this is you, right? And she said, okay. So it's really great technology. They were just thinking, how can we own parking and beyond? How can we make parking so easy? And a couple years ago, they raised $2 billion to acquire SP Plus, which was one of the largest publicly traded parking businesses in the country. And they're building even more products for parking. Now they own lots. They do all the tech in the parking lots. They provide services for other parking lots. And I think the best founders look from the top down. They think, we're going to own everything. We're going to own this whole, that's how you build a $1 billion company. It's not just the parking, the parking tech that is paperless. It's like, how do we own the whole circle, and so I think they're some of the best founders we've ever worked with. They also, I find the best founders are very communicative and get back to you no matter how big or small an investor you are in seconds. And it's such a simple behavior, but we actually now have data within our portfolio that the founders who aren't communicating with us are not doing particularly well, and they should be because we can support them or help them. So they're also very communicative, which I appreciate.
Excellent. Good question. Who else? All right.
Hi, good afternoon. So my question is about the go-to-market.
strategy. It sounds like you have a lot of experience with multi-pronged platforms that are, working to attract several different types of users to create, the flywheel. And, the question, what do you go after first, the chicken or the egg and all that? And so, just with the advancement of AI and how fast different, lead gen and go-to-market strategies are coming at us. As we talk about it every day, the phone picks up on it. We just get bombarded with different
Trust and will.
Trust and will.
Trust and will. Yeah, so we're launching a similar business and, trying to go from 0 to 100,000 users over the next 6 to 9 months. And so we're gonna, invest our capital to do it. And so, there's just this fear of, the ROI and wasting.
What kind of product is it?
So it's a multi-vendor marketplace. It's called homeshow.ai. It's unifying all the verticals of the home, products, services, real estate itself, autos, events. And so it's really exciting. We've spent 2 years building it. We've invested over $1 million of our own cash to do it. So we're launching at TechCrunch next week at Disrupt. And so we're here.
So it sounds like you're launching off in Tech Week right now.
And
like
Friday
you're
night
great.
here, by the way, at Tech Crawl. So
Heard it here first.
so anyway, yeah, we're just just racking our brain.
What is the question?
What's the best go-to-market strategy? Where should we apply our capital?
I mean, I don't know what kind of customer you're trying to, is it the general consumer? Your marketplace, you're
So,
like,
yeah.
can I just go on and buy?
So it's homeowners and heads of household primarily as the demand users, and product and service.
Oh, and it's searching for anything in the house to purchase?
On the product platform, but then there's a service platform for service providers that service anything in or around the home, everything.
I feel like I need to take a pitch from you and hear what's going on. But
So, yeah,
overall, I would say Google ads are bankrupting companies. We need to figure out something there. With AI, I mean, make sure you're like the first search in ChatGPT, Perplexity, all of those. We're seeing some success there. I think with, you are AI, so do you need to get people to go to your marketplace? We should talk about this later. This feels like a more complex, but go-to-market strategy is critical. Listen to your customers. I think your first 1,000 are the most important. Hear exactly how they found you. Get on the phone with them. Never stop getting on the phone with them, And if you are targeting, women and heads of household as your customer, look for people who share a customer and our companies in our portfolio have such success doing email swaps, hosting events, doing giveaways, working together with similar customers. I think that's a great way to kind of launch and get out there with that specific customer. But I need to fully understand what you're doing. I need to see it, I'm visual.
And it's probably not, like she said, paid ads, whether it be Google, Instagram, those platforms are so competitive.
I want to talk
now.
to Google about this. I had them come speak to our portfolio. Aren't you guys so annoyed with how expensive Google ads and Meta ads are? It's just like, there's no ceiling, and I understand they need to make money. They're making plenty of it. Stop bankrupting all these companies, right?
Yes, yes.
I'm done with my rant.
We're happy about the driverless cars, but let's lighten up on the ad spend here.
And
All
I think
right,
I've
right here.
So you mentioned you're involved a bit in the childcare space, and especially within childcare, there's tension between, scaling profitability and staying mission-oriented. So how do you support and advise your portfolio company founders with maintaining that mission while still scaling?
This is my life's work is investing in women, and I literally wrote an article that's called "Investing in Women Isn't a Fucking Charity" because I really walk the line. It's so hard. So unnecessary, guys, but feel free to read it later. But I really walk the line of I have to try it's so hard not to be seen as charity when you're focused on women, which doesn't make any sense to me because we're building billion-dollar businesses. So every investment we're making is impactful. I mean, my goal is to create at least $1 billion of value for each female founder within our portfolio. And by the way, we love men. I have 3 little boys. I was raised by incredible men. This is not a man-hating club. We need everybody. And we have 5 male CEOs, so they're the minority in our portfolio, but we love men. We need everyone. But I want to create $1 billion of value for every female founder in our portfolio, and the data says that that inevitably goes back into a more, equity-focused ecosystem. And so it creates wealth for women, and it is really important to do that. I also try to prioritize teaching women how to invest, making sure all the women in this room are putting their money to work, and anyone who has a daughter, a sister, a mother who says they don't understand finance, bring them in the room with you, talk to them about their money, make sure they're taking risk with their capital too. I think women are really good at taking calculated risk, and they'll actually help you invest better. But what women need from all the incredible men in this room is the gut check and the take the gamble. You need both sexes here. And I think that's really critical and something I advocate around. But I try to focus on for-profit is how I would answer that question. Everything we do is making an impact.
That's great, thank you.
The point I like to make is the for-profit companies are able to attract capital, like follow-on capital, at a far greater rate than the non-profit companies, right? You're kind of limited by this tax deduction thing, and it's just, and so it's not bad to make money, and it actually allows you to grow and make a larger impact because you can attract more investment and grow. Like Uber is a great example, and I think there's a lot of critiques of Uber, and I'm not talking about everything, but I think they did a good job addressing the problem of drunk driving. And, for a long, long time, drunk driving is a really bad thing. A lot of charities tried to solve it. There was a lot of efforts. But it wasn't until a technological solution that was funded by a bunch of capitalists all over the world that made a bunch of money that now you really got to go out of your way to drink and drive in a city. And it's a great solution. So, yeah, I think there's a bit of a perception issue around that. Good question. We have another one? Yep.
Hello. So me and my wife, we're 2 working parents. I have 1 small child in daycare. I have another one on the way. And so many other parents I know who are like me, this is one of your biggest expenses. You're shelling out thousands a month for childcare. And I'm wondering if you're investing in any companies that are kind of innovating in this space to kind of maybe help relieve the burden that so many families know, like mine with 2 working parents, are just shelling out money every month for childcare.
We have a newer company in our portfolio that I'm really excited about called Kina Rewards, and it's essentially going to be a credit card for all childcare related services, tuition, etc. I'd equate it to, healthcare insurance. And so that's one that I would say is innovating in that space. But check out our portfolio. We have all the services you need, I assure you.
Will do. Thank you.
Trust and will.
Trust and will. Set up an estate plan or a will.
Move over to this side of the room. All right, one more, and then we'll come over and get y'all. We got 10 minutes still.
If anyone knows the founders, you've got to tell them how many times I said their name.
Tell them to listen to the podcast. Subscribe. Smash that like button.
Hi, I'm Josh. I have a question for you. So when it comes to pre-seed companies that are very early stage, perhaps they don't have a product on the market, so they don't have much validation, what do you look for in terms of them standing out or deciding if they're worth your investment?
We aren't investing in pre-seed as often unless you have, do you have a product already? Or are you
Yes, not
developing
on
it?
the market yet, but in active development.
Yeah, I want to know how you're making your first dollar. I think gone are the days of I don't have a product yet and I'm not sure how we're going to make money. That doesn't make any sense to me or any investor in general. So I don't know why there was a world where that happened. But I think, we want to know how you're making your first dollar. that you have the business model worked out, but also, I mean, I would go back to saying, show me there's some traction here. Show me there's data that there's a massive need for what you are building.
Great, thank you.
Is it a software product?
Yes.
Yeah. So it's like in today's world, it's a really, really hard pitch to say, I got to fund you to build your first version of your software product. And it's, you know, I would open a challenge, but it's almost 99% chance it's going to take you less time to just go figure out how to use these AI tools than go try to raise money, right? You're going to spend more time trying to track down investors and everything, and when you could just go build it, and that also is going to make you look more impressive to investors because you can figure out how to build things. So it's a big piece of advice. All right, where are we at? Let's go here.
Good advice, though.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Hi there. So me and my team just recently are exiting an accelerator program with $100,000 of funding.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much. We're hoping, thank you so much. No need, but thank you so much. But yeah, we're really excited about it. But we're also kind of scared, you know, because we're a pretty small team. We run things pretty lean, relied on earning our first dollar through various means besides our product and service. And so what is some advice that you would have for someone exiting that program and then entering into, you know, higher rounds of funding, seeking new investment in the next couple of weeks?
What are you scared of, just getting out in the world? Or
yeah, I think it's the whole team's kind of nervous. We have an instant demo for a software that helps automate different sales activities, and it's actually working really well. It can be done really fast on our website, but we're also just kind of scared that, you know, if it breaks, the negative impression from that might, you know, harsh some vibes with certain potential customers or investors. And so we just want to make sure it's the best product that it can be. We have it where we think we're pretty happy with it, but we're also still just wanting to maybe get some general advice, especially to women founders and investors, about how to make our product stand out, and also just make sure that it delivers where it's really crucially needed to at this given point in time.
I mean, can you have some focus groups with some of your first customers and just really learn from them and, you know, hear exactly what they're saying, what they're liking, what they're disliking? If it's about getting out there into the world, if you're scared to go raise again, I mean, you're going to be raising, you got to get over it because you're going to be raising for a long time. Unless you can figure out how to be super profitable right away and never have to raise again, which is, it's truly the dream, right? But I would think about it that way. I would just get to know those first customers. I think that's what you're struggling with, maybe, like just the first step after the accelerator.
Yeah,
Like you felt like the accelerator was your nice home and you're all cozy in the accelerator, and then you got this $100,000 and you're like, wait, shoot, we have to leave the cozy home. Is that what you're feeling?
Kind of, yeah.
Okay, you got to get out there. You got to rip off that Band-Aid.
Face your fears.
The home. You got to feel uncomfortable every single day, you know, get past the nose, go pitch, go fundraise. Like, you have to breathe fire. You have to be able to walk through walls. You can't be scared of anything as a founder.
Thank you so much.
Yes. Find some warm-up customers. Maybe some customers that you're not as worried about if things go wrong, and then approach them first. Right here, and then I think we had another one over here too.
Hi, I love your jacket. Super cute, Chanel. Okay, quick question. Well,
It's
it
much
looks like
cheaper than
it.
Chanel. I'm too.
Do you have advice for someone coming into the SaaS space that is from a more clinical medical background like myself, looking to connect with investors and VCs outside of different incubators, pitch opportunities? Is there a network, a platform, a dashboard, some way to try to connect?
With investors?
Yes.
And are you saying like a female-focused thing, or are you saying like a just generally, you're at Cap Factory, so that's awesome.
Yeah.
You're in the right place,
Okay.
for sure. I think go to every networking event you can and figure out it depends if you're looking for customers, go to that type of networking event. I think the more accelerators you can do and be around, the better, because that's just the center of the ecosystem.
Right.
Are you trying to raise money? Or are you trying to?
Trying to raise money. So in the seed round currently, and so we've done like the wireframing, we're doing that. We're looking for seed fund. We're looking for specific types of consultants to accelerate the product implementation. And so just looking for advice coming from that space, you know, that we're not necessarily from the tech world. And just, it's been a new environment. So it's been cool, but different.
Yeah, just meet as many people as you can, you know, I always feel like show as many people your product as you can and say, hey, do you know anyone in this space? Start with your network, grow it. LinkedIn is a great tool. I mean, I scrape LinkedIn. I do really shady things too, where like I'll speak to a room of people that are investors and I'll screenshot the Zooms. I shouldn't tell people this. I screenshot the Zooms and then we go through all the names. Like you have to be super scrappy and just meet as many people as you can, email them. I mean, you can get a hold of anyone these days. We have so many social media tools. I've taken pitches through everywhere from X to Instagram, you know, to LinkedIn. And so just, you know, figure out who you need to get a hold of and just go get a hold of them. If they're speaking at a conference, get a ticket to that conference, like, or just show up in the lobby and stalk them. Maybe rethink that. That probably isn't the best way to go, but that's the kind of stuff that you need to do.
Right. Okay.
Be a stalker.
Hey, I'm here for that. I mean, you gotta.
I need to filter myself.
It's only stalking if they don't like what you're doing. So.
Yeah, totally. If they like it, it's gonna be great. If they don't, just walk away.
The other point I would make to you is, sounds like you're from the healthcare world. Physicians, doctors make great angel investors often. They're also like might not be getting hit up as much as professional VCs, so you're a little more unique. So starting there can be helpful. And then also if you come to me and say, oh, these, you know, I've worked with these doctors, I started this, they funded it, that's a great signal from your industry that can get better attention from more generalist investors or professional investors. Did you have one?
That's probably better advice than stalking.
Yeah, all right, raise your hand again. I want to make sure we get it right there. And,
Last question.
Yes, correct, perfect.
So my question is, when you advise companies or you invest in companies that work on complex social situations that aren't the norm in thinking, how do you balance that when maybe the founder is very familiar with the space and the mentality, but you're not as an investor?
As an investor, so you're saying, you know more than I do about this topic because it's your company, right? And you're saying, how do you balance?
More about the social aspect. So I guess one thing that I'm concerned about by looking at investors is that they don't understand the complex social problem being solved, and they try and take it in the direction they think is right. I'm not saying that no advising, but not understanding.
I think I see what you're saying. You're saying, you know, I look at it like I am the investor, you're the founder, okay? Ultimately, you run the company. You see the vision that I don't see. I'm just there to support your vision. I'm there to build alongside you. You tell me what you need. You need a great CMO, I'll find you a great CMO. You need me to dig in to find comps in the market, I'll find comps in the market. You know, I'll do whatever you need me to do until I start seeing you know, the business is going poorly and I identify that there's a problem within the business. Then it kind of sucks to be on the board in that situation. Many a times I've been on the board in that situation, and it's like, it's all fun and games and you're friendly until you have to turn the mirror around on the founder and say, look, this isn't going so well and I don't agree with the direction you're taking the company anymore. And I think that I would give most seasoned venture capitalists the benefit of the doubt in that they're like a bird's eye perspective on startups and businesses across internationally. Like they see so many things in so many different industries. And so it's a pattern recognition thing where it's like, if they're pointing out a problem, you know, listen to it. And I think until you have to, and the board is trying to put you in a direction you don't want to go, like take their perspective. But at the earliest stages, the investor should be supporting you. Whichever way you're going, the investor should be supporting you. Your job as founder is to see the direction you're going, take all these perspectives. Don't let your head spin around and be confused and be like, that's a good idea. I heard that a couple times. Maybe I'll test that out. But you can't do everything and you can't please everyone, you know? But your investors who are in the trust tree with you should be building alongside you until something happens and your company looks like it's gonna go bankrupt. And then they'll, I mean, hopefully before then, they'll step in and be like, we need to come up with a plan because you're not seeing that we're running into a wall.
They say go where the money is, but it sounds like you also need to be picky and choosy on who you choose to have.
Oh my gosh, yeah, I've had a bad investor I had to buy out too. You got to be really careful and make sure your investors bring value. It's hard to get an investor, this is a 10-year marathon. It's like a marriage you can't get out of, you can't. So you need to really like these people, build with them, and it's going to be hard, up and down and all around. And
Great.
Thank you.
Well, Jesse, thank you so much for coming into Austin to be here with us today. And how about we all stand up and give a warm ovation to Jesse. Thank you so much for coming on the show. Thank you. Thank you.
thank you so much. Jesse at halogenvc.com. That's my real email address.
Jesse at halogenvc.com. Thank you all for coming. Enjoy your tech week.
We're going to get started with our next event in about 1 minute, y'all. All right, folks, we've got about 30 seconds. Why don't you find a seat? We're going to get started on our last session for today. All right, founders and friends, welcome to the final session for today. My name is Elisa. I've been your MC all day. I'm a VP of Startup Banking at JP Morgan Chase, and we're closing the day with some big founder energy with one of our favorite events. It's with the Werners, and it's Fiesta. We're going to have the Fiesta Signature Fast-Paced Showcase, 15 founders, 1-minute pitches, a surprise question, and 1-minute responses. So get ready for that. After this is over, there will be a happy hour at 4:30 at Bull and Bowl, so we hope to see you there. And we want to say a special thanks to our sponsors, Cole and Shots, for powering today's conversations. And with that, it's Fiesta time.
Okay, so thank y'all for being here. How many of you have been to a Fiesta before? Raise your hand. Yes. So we have 15 amazing founders that are going to be sharing today, and I'm thrilled to be able to do like a mini Fiesta and give you an experience of what we do on a monthly basis. So Fiesta stands for Founders, Investors, Entrepreneurs, Startups, Techies, Austin Newcomers, and Adventurers, because we have a lot of folks floating through the ecosystem. And in 4 years, we've grown into a vibrant, trusted hub for founders where we've welcomed over 12,000 attendees through our events. We have spotlighted 125 founders every year. And by allowing them to pitch every 6 months and then telling their founder stories in our newsletter. We're all about helping founders to be seen, to be celebrated, and to be equipped. So Fiesta is going to be happening next Tuesday right here. If you've not been to a Fiesta, we ask you to join us. We typically meet on the 3rd Tuesday of every month. So the next event will be on November 18th. And then we have our Christmas fundraiser that we're doing on the 16th so that we can continue having this sort of impact here in the community. So the way the show is going to kind of flow today is I'm going to introduce each of the pitch presenters, and then they're going to come to the stage and they have 1 minute to pitch. Each founder will have a slide. You can scan the QR code, and I encourage you to find 1 or 2 founders that, and then there's clapping hands. But reach out to 1 or 2 of the founders so that, and let them know they did a great job, or tell them something interesting about what you found out about their startup. But when you see the clapping hands, everybody needs to clap because the founders know we move on to the next thing. Then I'm going to ask them a question, and they have 1 minute to answer that question. And if they finish within 1 minute, they then will answer the question, if their startup had a theme song, what would that theme song be and why? So we're just trying to give an opportunity for you to get to know these founders. So let Let's see if there's anything else. We'll wrap up here at 4 o'clock. I think we have to be out of the room, but please follow the founders. I think most of us are going to go to the happy hour, so you can continue the conversation there. And let's get started. So I'm going to kick things off with Santa. She's the founder of eCook Joy. She's a true powerhouse as she has worked at Canva, Airbnb, and Facebook. And she even sold a media company that redefined how stories are told about women engineers. 2 weeks before launching eCook Joy, they were hit by a global crime group, and instead of paying a ransom, as she's an engineer, she rebuilt the company in 7 months, and they hit 1 million ARR earlier this month, spending $0 in marketing. That's resilience. So fun fact, she secured her first client after pitching here at Fiesta when she was getting off the stage back in 2023. And now she's building Stackbirds, a platform powering AI agent economy where anyone with no tech skills required can imagine making an AI agent as easily as creating a Canva design as well as a Shopify store. But first, can you tell us about eCook Joy?
Thank you so much, Sherry. Thanks, everyone. Let's do a quick show of hands. How many of us would like to have a personal chef come cook for us, like Serena Williams, Mark Zuckerberg, your favorite celebrity? Awesome. Well, keep your hands up if you'd like this to be within your budget. Well, that's exactly what we're making possible with eCook Joy. We help chefs earn greater wages, reduce their operational overhead, and have more flexibility with their schedule. We then connect them with families like yours and mine to get personalized meals in our kitchens at a cost that's cheaper than takeout. And we're making all of this possible through our AI-powered back office, which we launched in April. And since then, like Sherry said, we've just crossed 100,000 servings, reduced or automated up to 90% of business workflows for chefs, and just hit 1 million ARR as well. We are building the future of food where personalization and affordability actually coexist. We're incredibly excited and growing really quickly. So let's talk after the event. Thank you.
Great job. So I'm going to ask you a question. How do you find time to do it all? I mean, eCook Joy is taking off, and now you're working on Stackbirds, solving a problem you encountered while building eCook Joy. Do tell us more.
I think for me, I find time for things I love. And when I was building eCook Joy and building these AI agents for eCook Joy, I realized how incredibly expensive and challenging it was. And I was thinking that's possibly not the future. And as an engineer, if it's so hard for me, how hard it'll be for someone else trying to do this. It just didn't seem right. And I couldn't stop thinking about the problem. So that's how I decided to then build Stackbirds, partly because I couldn't stop thinking about it.
It kept you up at night. Okay, so if your company had a theme song, what would it be and why?
I think it would be Unstoppable by Sia, just because it took us almost 2 years to get the first round of funding for eCook Joy. I heard a lot of we don't invest in chef marketplaces. Spoiler alert, we are not. We don't invest in meal prep delivery. Spoiler alert, we are not. And then after 2 years, we finally got a round of funding, and then we started building our prototype. Thank you.
Amazing. Okay, so next up we have Bjorn Haag. He's the founder of My Trailer. Think of My Trailer as an Airbnb for trailers, a peer-to-peer marketplace connecting trailer owners with renters, such as hauling F1 show cars to horse trailer rentals and much more. He's a serial entrepreneur originally from Denmark, and he has a passion for connection and photography. Bjorn sold his previous company, Emoto, a real estate marketing platform, back in 2021 when he was living in New Orleans before moving to Austin. He now finds his inspiration at Burning Man, where creativity, community, and lots of desert dust fuel his ideas. Let's give him a big Fiesta welcome to Bjorn. Come on.
So a little while back, after I sold my company, I was passing this storage facility where I had a 24-foot enclosed car trailer parked, and I spent $130 a month just to have a trailer sitting there that I use maybe 5 times a year. So I wanted to rent it out, but I couldn't find a reliable source online to rent my trailer at. So I called my former developer from the company I sold and say, Gabriel, we need to create a peer-to-peer trailer rental marketplace. And so here we are today. We launched in Austin 1.5 years ago. We got around 1,100 users on the platform, 175 trailers. And for the most part, we only rent trailers here in Austin. We try to saturate the market. But the opportunity is great. Greater Austin area have like 179,000 trailers privately registered. Texas has 3 million trailers. Nationwide, we have, I would say, around 30 million trailers, and we need to get a couple of those trailers on the road.
Okay, 1 minute goes quick. So you built companies from Denmark to New Orleans to Austin. What have you learned about building community wherever you go?
I usually answer that with, I was so lucky when we were in an incubator down in New Orleans and got a really, really good advisor. So I always tell people when they start companies, get an advisory board, get an advisor. They know more than you do, and we got them some incredible advisors on the way, and every time you have an issue, call them, they will probably solve it for you. That's a best advice I can give them.
Okay, how about if your company had a theme song? What would it be?
That's a difficult one, but I kind of came up with C.V. McCall Convoy because we want to move all these trailers around on all the highways, and not only in Texas, but nationwide. And if we can make a Fiesta Convoy with trailers, I'll be down for that. That'll be fun.
Sounds great. Thank you. Thanks. Okay, so next up we have Caroline with Cloud Closet, a social commerce platform that turns your outfit history into personalized style recommendations, blending friendship, fashion, and AI. Before founding her company, she was a national champion Irish dancer. She studied in Paris at one of the world's most prestigious fashion schools with only a 22% acceptance rate. She has transitioned from fashion buyer to fintech to founder. Carolyn proves that when you mix style, strategy, and startup savvy, you get a founder who can pivot on heels and still land the deal. So shout out to her. Come on, tell us more.
So you know that moment of panic right before you leave the house where you're wondering which shoe looks better, the right or the left? Or do I need a belt? Or what am I supposed to wear to Joe's wedding in Miami? Millions experience this line of questioning daily. And this type of fashion conversation is happening everywhere, but it's fragmented. The hashtag outfit of the day has 535 billion views on TikTok. Yet, there's not one single platform for outfits that doesn't have cat videos and baby memes. I'm Caroline Lekshmanen, and I built Cloud Closet to give this behavior a home. We bootstrapped our MVP to the App Store with over 5,000 outfit selfies in under 90 days. We have over 10,000 brand partners to fuel our product recommendations, and we're raising $700,000 to drive this growth and scale our go-to-market strategies. There's a massive opportunity within the fashion tech space, but how can it be on platforms not built by people who understand fashion or know how to grow it further?
Okay, I think my husband would like for me to have your app. So you turned a personal frustration into a company. How do you know when an everyday annoyance is actually a startup company opportunity?
Well, that's why Cloud Closet is social. So it came from all this time in dressing rooms, sending messages to your friends, guys, quickly, someone answer. Or I was single for like 10 years and I would go on a date and be texting different group chats, asking like, who is this skirt good, or which shoe should I go with? So I realized that this shopping is a social activity. And all of my purchases were from people, me asking people where they got something. And so how do we translate that online? And everyone's trying to do this, but no one's found their footing quite yet. And that's because it needs to be fun and gamified and social and mindless.
Okay, what's your favorite, what would be your theme song?
I think Can I Kick It by Tribe Called Quest. because we're fun.
Nice. Okay. Okay, we have Jacob Schoenberg with GrandX. Originally from Maine, Jacob grew up selling with his family along the East Coast. Oh, you're over there. Okay, from Canada to the Bahamas, learning grit, adaptability, and navigating uncharted waters. After bootstrapping with a grant funding he won with his own company, GrandX, he signed 35 enterprise clients, bringing in $3.4 million in committed annual recurring revenue in his first 60 days post-launch. In the last few weeks, he's kicked off a $1 million pre-seed raise, already half full, and drew interest of 4 congressmen offices. Fun fact, Jacob once got knocked out by a flying fish, which explains why nothing in a startup life can really throw him off. Let's hear from Jacob.
Thank you, Sherry. Yeah, flying fish can weigh up to like 9 pounds and fly at 35 miles an hour. Just like keep your head on a swivel. But yeah, grants, very sexy, right? But here's the thing. It's about $1.2 trillion of funding distributed every year in the US, and it's incredibly inefficient as a system. What does this mean? 46% of grant awards cost more to secure than the award itself. Why? About 950 hours of labor are required for every 20K of grant funds awarded. Again, why? Data accessibility, the ability to actually access data and compare it. We built a proprietary ML system that can do this more effectively than any other model on the market and have been kicking ass at it, primarily with large nonprofits and research universities. Again, we bootstrapped with funding we won, and we've had a pretty great launch since. So I've got like 2 seconds, and there you go.
Amazing. So you turned one powerful process, applying for grants, into a product people need. What advice would you give other founders trying to transform a broken system into a scalable business?
Ooh, boots on the ground experience. Go and do the job of the people that you're trying to help for at least 6 months, and then also launch, iterate. Like launch, learn, iterate. Doesn't matter how ugly it is, find somebody to use it. That's how you actually learn what the market needs. We made the same assumptions that everybody else makes in this space, that, oh, you need a workflow tool. And then we just continued to launch and realized, no, actually, it's this underlying data layer that's missing in order to make these workflow tools actually work. And we found that by doing the work.
Nice. Favorite theme song?
Theme song. I was gonna make one up on the fly, but I would say Espresso by Sabrina Carpenter, given that I'm just caffeine fueled.
Amazing. Okay. Yes, being a founder requires lots of caffeine. Okay, next we have Dr. Talia Waller, founder of Valuables, a classically trained violinist turned tech founder. She knows exactly how to hit all the right notes in music and business. Through her company Valuables, she's helping insurers and executives utilize AI to measure and price brand risk, thereby transforming personal brands into financial assets. With a doctorate in business administration, she has advised the United Nations, Amazon, Google, and her TED Talk, The Future of Branding is Personal, has been viewed by over 200,000 people worldwide. Dr. Waller proves that authenticity meets innovation. Your brand doesn't just build value, it takes center stage. So now it's your turn to take center stage. Come on up.
Thank you. Raise your hand. Raise your hand if you've seen Batman. Okay, thank you. It's almost all of us. Today, insurance protects Wayne Enterprises if Bruce Wayne dies or if he's disabled, but not the risk of Batman, his personal brand. And as we've seen with Tesla, a CEO's brand can impact stock prices and make them more volatile. We also see this on the rise. We saw it at the Coldplay concert. This, yes, this risk is increasing, unmonitored, and uninsured. Valuables is the first insurance technology to provide predictive analytics to underwriters so that insurers and reinsurers can cover this risk, costing companies billions. We were recently selected as one of the top 20 insurtechs to pitch at Lloyd's of London in front of over 200 insurance providers. We've raised $220,000 towards our $1.6 million raise.
Gotta put that on. Okay, if human capital truly is a company's greatest asset, what's one thing founders can do today to build a better personal brand with more value?
I think one thing that founders can do today is recognize first the value of their brand, understand that this is something that is their most powerful tool to raise money, and that's been proven. And make sure that the actions that you are taking today set your brand up for success tomorrow, because Bruce Wayne is an operator, but Batman is forever.
Nice. So what's your theme song?
My theme song is Diamonds Are Forever.
Why?
Because I just think about, I kind of find myself like a diamond in the rough, and I think that every brand kind of starts off like that, and it takes somebody to come in and brand it and polish it and just show other people that it's valuable.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Great job. Okay, so next we have Jay Kreiner, founder of Gale Project, which is tackling the world's toughest challenges, creating cost-effective monitoring, early alert, and rapid response systems for public safety and beyond. Jay's relentless drive has powered an extraordinary journey from Shark Tank fame with the viral Bev Hold Your Drink, to becoming a professional licensed formula driver, keynote speaker, holder of multiple patents, and over the past decade, he's also built 37 Airstream trailers by hand to pay for his kids' tuition, proving that when Jay commits, he doesn't just build, he perfects it. After years of deep thought, he launched Scale in 2024, because apparently rebuilding Airstreams and racing cars wasn't enough of a challenge. But bam, come tell us more. That was his saying.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Hello, everybody. Always makes me super nervous of being up here. I am Jake Kreiner from Gale Project Technologies, New Braunfels, Texas. I want you to imagine a remote environment. There's an emergency situation. First responders, and even those there, like in Kerr County, the floods, don't always have the time and resources to respond quickly and efficiently. This is why we created the modular system called Gale, a remote monitoring, early alert, and drone docked station for rapid response that ties directly into current infrastructure and high away from the risk. We are raising a $3 million seed round phase to take our operational prototype into a manufacturing scale and then execute our sales plan. If you have interest in learning about our IP, our strategic partners, or our winning team, please find us at galeproject.com.
Wow, great job. Okay, so I recently read that you said entrepreneurship isn't just starting a side hustle. It's a mindset to do anything and everything to achieve a goal you set for yourself with no one to guide or help you. What's helped you build that kind of resilience and self-belief?
ADD. No, truthfully, look, I had a big support system, and I think that what everybody should have is, if you have friends, family, anybody who can be your cheerleader, that is a huge impact and what keep me going too. You come up with 100 ideas, but which one do you go for? Then you start researching, and then you got your support system saying, you know what, that's great, you got this. And that's what got me to Gale. It took me years to figure that part out, and then once I did it, I was committed, 100%, like one of those right-hand 100-mile-an-hour turns. So.
Nice, what's your theme song, and why?
Imperial March Stormtrooper, I think it was written by Darth Vader. So, why? Because our system has a dome top, and when it retracts open, and then a drone flies out, it reminds me of the Death Star sitting there, and all of a sudden things come out, but for a better reason. So, yeah.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Jay.
Thank you, everybody.
Okay, let's keep the energy going. We have Melissa Wood, founder of Formus, a platform helping revolutionize professional guide homeowners through projects with clarity and confidence. But Formus is more than design. It's about the form around us, hence the name. It can inspire great stories and bring out the best version of ourselves. Melissa is a lifelong learner. She has read, last year she read over 109 books, proving that curiosity and growth are her superpowers. And just last week, she was at LA Tech Week and part of a Shark Tank style event where three of 5 investors said they were in. With over 350 that applied, only 10 were chosen. So she's building Formus with wisdom, creativity, and purpose, showing when you bring substance and style to the table, investors can't help but say they're in. Melissa, we're excited to hear more. Come on up.
How many of you have lived through a home renovation nightmare? You're not alone. 9 years ago, my family experienced our first renovation, and we were blindsided by the unexpected costs, delays, even unsafe conditions. I'm Melissa Wood, founder of Formus, home of Sadie, a spatial AI design engine for renovation professionals to plan smarter and build better. Sadie learns from real projects, recognizes renovation challenges, and predicts risks while turning conversations into smart specifications. We have Sadie assisting renovations across the U.S., saving professionals over 50% of their time, with one client seeing a 5x in revenue growth this year, bootstrapping Formus to cash flow positive with a 20x revenue increase. So in the $600 billion markets, our vision is clear. We're turning renovation chaos into clarity. Join us and be part of a paradigm shift in how renovations are planned and delivered.
Right on time. Okay, so you've pitched about 10 times in the past month, which I find funny, because do you enjoy pitching? And then following that up, if yes or no, what's your secret to success, and what advice would you share with other founders getting ready to take the stage?
First of all, no, I don't. And beta blockers are my best friend. So they keep my heart from feeling like it's gonna pop out of its chest like it is right now. So I would say my advice, it gets easier over time and as my pitch gets better. And it's really important as founders that we put ourselves out there, we take advantage of the stages available to us, like at Fiesta, to practice, craft our story, because at the end of the day, we have, few minutes to sell to either our clients or investors. And so we just wanna make sure that we have a well-crafted story. So.
What would your theme song be and why?
I would say The Unicorn by the Irish Rovers.
Nice.
Because I'm building.
You're gonna be a unicorn, aren't you? Okay, yeah. I'm here cheering you on, girl. Thank you. All of y'all, actually. So that's why I love what I do, because I really enjoy cheering on founders. Okay, next up we have Jeremy, founder and mastermind behind Scalify, an AI native work management platform helping teams to do more with less faster. At prior startups, he's achieved 2 successful 9-figure exits by building great teams and arming them with innovative tech, resulting in 6 US patents. Now he's helping companies scale their operation with AI, hence Scalify. Picture a system that learns from your data and equips whole teams with intelligent assistants and context-aware agents, where we are beyond one-off assistants. And when he's not scaling startups, he's a killer drummer. His very first networking event after moving to Austin was a Fiesta event where he met a CTO. Proof that showing up will pay off, and that drummers really do have great timing. Do come tell us more, Jeremy.
Thank you so much, Bree. It's amazing. Definitely recommend Fiesta. So a lot of us are under pressure to do more with less at work. Not necessarily new, but service companies especially are feeling this. They need to streamline their operations to remain competitive or go the way of the fax machine. A lot of us spend a tremendous amount of time searching for information, or emails, or chats, or documents, just to figure out where we stand, what's our status, what our challenges, and are our clients happy. Our AI native platform connects to those existing systems, will tell you exactly what's happening, not just within your own data, but across the team's data. So that your teams start to work more like a well-oiled machine with instant visibility into status, potential challenges, roadblocks, and client satisfaction. We've gone live with our platform. This year, we'll finish with about 20 clients. We'll have about 10 reseller partners. And if you're interested in scaling your operations with AI, or if you're an investor interested in learning about our pre-seed round that should close by the end of the year, we would love to chat. Thank you.
Right on time. So you've scaled companies from startups to 45 million and built teams that thrive. What's one key to building culture and momentum that lasts through hypergrowth? And if your startup had okay, and then your theme song.
So one of the things I've learned, not just about myself, but the teams I work with, is every person in this room has a superpower, some type of skill. You may not know it yet, may have not found it. It took me quite a few years, but there's something that you're exceptionally good at, or better than most people, right? So it's aligning people up with their skills and their talents so that they can be in the best position to succeed, and of course, while helping them in the areas where they need to grow. In terms of our theme song, I'm probably going to date myself here. I don't know if the light shows gray hair, but I'd say Survivor by, Eye of the Tiger by Survivor. I'm kind of a Rocky. I'm not from a perfect pedigree. I'm a kid that started out running around in the woods in Virginia. Dad was an analyst for the government. Mom was a nurse. Words like entrepreneurship, leadership, management were not common in our household. But I had a vision and I started going to work.
And here you are. Yes, thank you so much. So if I had a theme song, it would be A Hard Knock Life. I think all founders could attest to that. So we're halfway there, and I want to keep the energy going. So next up is John Werner, co-founder of Event Magic. 6 decades in and still bursting with ideas, John proves innovation has no expiration date. As the co-founder of Fiesta, he has helped me build the heart of Austin founder community, and now with Event Magic, he's making event management effortless from RSVPs and badges to sponsor ROI dashboards. A lifelong inventor with over 80 patents, John's career spans from classified Navy projects, early mobile apps, and groundbreaking customer tech. A true creative idea generator, he's passionate about helping people connect, communicate, and end loneliness. He has solved big problems, built brilliant tech, and still hasn't figured out how to turn me off. Give it up for John.
Thank you, Ms. Warner. So you go to an event, and it's a networking event, and you end up meeting a bunch of great people, and you scan using LinkedIn to connect. You wake up the next morning, you can't even remember who you met or what you even talked about. Anybody do that? So let's say you're also the host of that event. You've spent months planning it, selling tickets, getting promotions going, and the event ends, and you have no way to know who got connected, what worked, and what you need to fix. This is the black hole of connection. This is a big problem. And what happens is attendees lose momentum. They lose the opportunity. Sponsors lose ROI, and the host lose insights. That's what Event Magic fixes. Event Magic turns any live event into an intelligent connection engine where attendees can scan, connect, get a follow-up reminder of who they met and what they should follow up about. And I have this too, and I could have easily given me some more time. But
Okay, so you've been driving innovation across decades and industries. What's been your secret to staying curious and creative through so many chapters of change, and do new ideas still keep you up at night?
yeah, I would say, ideas don't actually keep me up at night, but every night I pretty much think about a problem, and that actually gets me to go to sleep. I'm thinking about the problem, and I wake up, and a lot of times I have a solution for it. I can't help myself when I see something that can be improved or fixed. I kind of dive in head first. So right now I'm building the AI version of Event Magic, which you guys haven't seen yet, that come to Fiesta, and I'm having a blast. This is like, I feel like a kindergartner having just a lot of fun with technology. Theme song's Never Brick in the Wall, so by Pink Floyd. I'm a big Pink Floyd fan. But in the opposite way, right? So I'm all about human connection. I want to see people be able to connect, and I feel breaking down the walls are important to do that, especially in this environment that we're going through.
That's amazing. I like that. Okay, so we have Molly Morris, co-founder of Recess next. Molly credits much of her business inspiration to parenting challenges, which have turned chaos into creativity. Recess, which started at the beginning of 2025, is an AI-powered marketplace helping parents find after-school care and enrichment programs. Clearly a need, as they have already raised $5 million to get things rolling. Talk about momentum. And as someone who once lived on a sailboat for a year, Molly clearly knows how to navigate any storm, whether it's startup life, motherhood, or the open sea. You and Jacob probably should kind of connect there because y'all both have been at sea. But come tell us more about Recess.
Thank you. Okay, so you can think of Recess like the booking.com of kids, classes, and camps. If you're a parent, you're familiar with cobbling together care. Fun fact, there's over 80 weekdays a year where school is out, but parents still have to work. And right now, parents in the States, worldwide, are cobbling together a combination of after-school programs, enrichment activities, and camps to bridge the gap between primary school and when parents have to work. So we are a marketplace platform where you can discover and book all in one place. Unlike Zillow, which lives on top of the MLS, there is no equivalent for our industry, so we're also building the underlying data infrastructure that will feed all of the LLMs, AI assistants, and those types of applications in the future. So yeah, started endeavoring to build those partnerships and off to the races.
And races you've been. So congratulations on raising $5 million to solve a massive problem for parents. How do you keep your sense of balance while building a company that's all about balance?
We do a lot of check-ins as a team and as a family. I have quarterly check-ins with my husband, which I think he hates, but it's really helpful. But I think every system is just constantly atrophying. So, you know, every month, every quarter, try to take a fresh look at what we can improve. But like forever imperfect. Like I missed show and tell yesterday, which I felt really bad about. But you know, we're trying.
What would your theme song be, and why?
Probably Do the Hustle, because we're working hard and having fun.
Amazing. Okay. Okay, so we have John Uke, founder of GameTree. John leads GameTree, a platform that has helped over 1.6 million gamers find their new best friends through personality-based matching, because community isn't just built, it's played into being. A lifelong gamer and psychology buff, John has logged over 13,000 hours studying personality science to make online connections even more human. He even created Type Science, an engine behind GameTree's unique matching system. And when he's not coding and coaching founders, you'll find him painting tabletop armies. In short, John's proof that authentic connection isn't just a game, but if it were, he'd definitely be winning. Come on and tell us more.
Yeah, hey guys, I'm John UK. Thank you guys for your time and attention. So the company's GameTree. It basically looks at your tastes, personality, values, and then matches you with people who you'd be predicted to like playing with and probably actually be real life friends with. Myself, a lot of my most treasured memories growing up were playing games with friends, either people I met through gaming or met and then played games with. As an adult, though, I found more and more I was playing online by myself, and this is something I've seen as a common pattern that also accompanies a rising rate of loneliness. So GameTree basically very deeply curates people for hundreds of thousands of games that you can find friends for. And then now we're beginning phase 2 after 1.6 million signups, which is actually solving the next stage of gameplay coordination, finding all your friends who are online and like the same games as you and making it easy to play together, or filling the extra spots of people you're predicted to like, so you can just click a button and you're in a call together. So we're starting the next round. If you're looking to be an angel investor, we could chat after, or otherwise in a couple months, we'll be starting a round. Thank you.
Okay, John, so you turned loneliness into a mission to help 1.6 million gamers connect more deeply. What advice do you have for founders building products and being more human into technology, and how can they combat loneliness?
So to me, it's a problem of curation, where a lot of loneliness goes away when you get the right people together. In gaming, you can see it as a rise of toxicity, both on like YouTube comments and such. But most people in real life get along better because we naturally form tribes. People with similar values, similar interests, compatible personalities. But when you're in an online space or just throwing a bunch of random people together, they're not always going to see eye to eye as much as they would in real life. So I think that creating sub-communities or individually matching people is really an underappreciated secret sauce.
Amazing. So what would your theme song be and why?
Stressed Out by 21 Pilots. I think we all want to play and have fun, and the trick is to mix that with productivity. For me, this means not having to give up gaming because I'm an adult, but actually using that time to build relationships and hang out with friends more.
Amazing. Great job. Thank you. Okay, so next we have Rafaela Thorson, co-founder of VlogMe AI. Rafaela is a data-driven creative powerhouse, a Forbes 30 under 30 and Austin Inno 25 under 25 honoree, making big waves in social media and AI. VlogMe helps creators and brands boost engagement with real-time audience insights, taking the guesswork out of going viral. Rafaela has produced and created content that has racked up over 100 million views for top artists and influencers. She's lived in 3 countries and 5 cities so far, calling Austin home. We're really glad because she shows up every month and helps us with Fiesta. Come tell us more about VlogMe.
Hi everyone, you might know me as Fiesta's Pizza Girl, but I'm also co-founder of VlogMe AI. So VlogMe AI is your personal growth engine. It analyzes real-time audience data to tell you exactly what you should be posting on social media and how to say it. We track what your audience is engaging with in real time and what they're interested in right now. And we turn that into data-backed hooks, content strategies, and scripts that will actually perform. It's how we helped one of our clients, 90s country legend Neil McCoy. When we started, he was getting around 21,000 views per video and losing about 250 followers every month. But since working with him, he's reached over 100 million organic views and over 200,000 new followers. So if you've got something worth sharing, then we'll help the right people actually see it. Thank you guys.
Right on time. Okay, so you've built companies that help creators go viral, but your own story is what's truly unforgettable. What advice do you have for founders on turning scrappy moments into defining moments, and what milestones or achievements are you most proud of?
Sure, well, my most recent achievement I would say I'm most proud of is with our most recent client. His name is Joe Nichols, and we've actually been able to 3x his most in the past less than a month, his previous month, and so that's been pretty cool to see. Besides that, I would say the biggest help and also what I'm proud of is being able to stick together with my family as a unit. We're a whole family startup. My brothers are my co-founders. My parents are our biggest supporters. And you know, when we first started this, they told us that if we truly believed in what we're doing, then they would allow us to invest all of our college funds into our startup. And so the 3 of us did that, and our parents bet the ranch on this deal, and so our whole family is 100% in this. So that's what I'm ultimately most proud of.
That's amazing. Thank you, Rafaela. Okay, we have Mario up next, co-founder of Cleverify. He was born on 7/7/77. Mario seems lucky by numbers, but his success comes from hustle and chance, not chance. From selling Edelweiss flowers in the Italian Alps as a kid and earning $50,000 from his first software at 16, Mario has always had an eye for opportunity. After the FBI traced a cybercrime through a Wi-Fi network he had set up, he turned a crisis into innovation and launched Cleverify, a secure universal Wi-Fi passport for travelers. From the Italian Alps to Austin startup scene, he's keeping us all connected, one clever idea at a time. Let's give a round of applause to Mario. Come on.
Hello. So you all been on an Airbnb, right? Have you connected to the Wi-Fi? For sure. Do you know that that password's been given to so many other people before you? And if you live in a city like New York, where I have my Airbnb, somebody can just come back the week later, connect to the Wi-Fi, and hack you. That's exactly what happened on my Airbnb. And not only that, they did such a crime that the FBI came out and were pointing the finger as if I was the one doing it. So I created this new solution that allows you to use your home Wi-Fi anywhere you go. Think about the Visa or MasterCard. You can use your own number with your own PIN anywhere in the world. We created the same technology. You'll be able to use your home Wi-Fi, connect securely and automatically, and avoid to use a shared password. That's what we did. We raised $500,000. We launched on short-term rental, hotel, and next is going to be on the robotaxi that you see around here. So I'll be happy to tell you more. We are raising a pre-seed round. Thank you.
Okay, so Cleverify connects people through Wi-Fi. What one or two connections have you made in your lifetime as a founder that have been meaningful?
Well, the first one is another founder. I can't stress enough, all of you founder, how we can help each other out. You know, we're the only people that understand each other. You know, if you're a founder, you're the only one that will understand. So I actually end up working for another founder. I was in a founding team. I made a lot of mistake with other people's money, you know. But that founder experience, like the founding team experience, got me to an exit. The company exited at $200 million. I was not the founder, but I had a good share in my pocket, so I was able to reinvest into my own startup. And then the second person is actually my daughter, who was on this stage at 9 years old, pitching with me Cleverify. She then came with me at the startup workout in Texas A&M, in Hawaii, and in New York. She's now 11, and she pitches my company like she owns it, which in fact, she does, you know? And so those are the people that inspire me.
Amazing, thank you. And she does own your company, by the way.
Yeah,
in your heart. Okay, so we have Ethan, founder of Creative 3D Technology, up next. Off a flight from LA after speaking back-to-back at the UN General Assembly and LA Tech Week. Ethan is quite literally building the future. He bought his first 3D printer at the age of 13, became the youngest 3D printer OEM in the industry at 17, and had multiple awards and accolades later. He is now running Creative 3D, a company pursuing the vision of creating a single machine that can do the entire job of a factory. Ethan proves that passion, not age, drives innovation. Let's hear it for Ethan.
Thank you. No, I appreciate the great intro. So, been running Creative since 2017. It was admittedly a bit more of a moonshot. Publicly, it was always trying to show that we are doing 3D printing and that kind of tech, but we're using that as a moat to move people towards the concept of what's called single cell manufacturing. Basically, one machine that can move in the right directions, take the right chemical inputs in, and do full production from raw inputs. And we proved that anywhere from, you know, full autonomous robotic systems made from a single device to even more advanced stuff more recently, like full semiconductor production, which would usually take a 100-acre, multi-billion-dollar fab in hours, not months, and for a couple $1,000s instead of billions. So company's actually doing well. I'm just pitching up here because we need to hire a lot of people because we're well over demanded, and just actually closed up a large round today, actually. And so we're moving operations and need more hands from marketing to sales and actual production as well, too. Thank you.
Wow, congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, so you've often been the youngest in the room, working alongside people decades older than you. What's one thing you've learned about leading from confidence, not age, and how have you turned that into an advantage to get people to take you seriously?
Admittedly, I think I was fortunate enough to have an industry that all started at an age that I was actually able to jump in the sense that in that 2010 through 14 period when the patents were dropping, unless you were part of two different companies, you all had the same starting point. And when experience is a measure of time, I just put in more time than most others, and because it's physical hardware, it's real industry, you know, manufacturing is kind of simple. You can either make the product or you can't. And there's no in between. It's very black and white. And, you know, I very much just let the tech do the talking. Let it show it physically making these things at better efficiencies, price points than anyone else. And that drew attention, that drew customers, because that's what end results they care about.
What would your theme song be and why?
I think the Frank Sinatra My Way, it definitely plays all into it because it's definitely a different pathway than a lot of other folks are taking these days.
That's perfect, absolutely
Thank
perfect. Yeah, thank you, and congratulations again. Okay, so closing out this incredible lineup, we're gonna meet Sarah Morgan, founder of Audiola. Sarah is transferring how animation studios manage sound with Audiola, the first to market B2B SaaS platform that automates audio asset management, cutting workloads by 90% and saving studios millions per show. She's already signed licensing deals with Netflix partner studios and Sony Picture Animation. Not bad for a startup that's only 2 years old. Also, before founding Audiola, Sarah worked as a stage lighting engineer touring the US and Canada, taught literacy in Florida schools, and produced audio for a Netflix original animated series created by Ludacris, a former improv comic turned tech founder. Who knew the secret of disrupting animation tech was a good sense of humor and a killer sound mix? Sarah did. And since we're closing strong, let's end it with a high note. Sarah.
Hi, I'm Sarah Morgan, founder and CEO of Audiolo.com. When I started working in animation audio production for Netflix originals, I was shocked to discover that studios are still managing their entire audio asset pipeline, which can be millions of data points for just one show, line by line on Excel spreadsheets. I knew there was a better way, so I decided to pair my app development background and startup experience with my animation production expertise to create Audiolo.com, a first-to-market B2B SaaS application that automates audio asset management, cutting workloads by 90% and saving studios millions of dollars per show. We just launched our V1 and have contracts with a Netflix partner studio and with Sony Pictures Animation. We are currently raising a $500K pre-seed round to accelerate our development and get us to 1.4 million ARR in Q1 of 2026. If you're an angel investor, I would love to chat with you.
Okay, so Audiola blends creativity and technology beautifully. So how do you keep the creative spark alive as your company grows, and what can other founders learn about protecting creativity while scaling?
Oh, that's such a great question. And, you know, in such an incredibly creative industry, what I've found is that when we first launched our very early beta and we started showing it to people, I was concerned, like, okay, we haven't really done kind of the style things in the forward-facing UI that we want to, and maybe they'll think this looks dorky. But as I started showing the product to people, I was like, I'm sorry, it's not, you know, beautiful yet. And they're like, what? This is gorgeous. The fact that it functioned the way that they needed it to, that was creative to them, and it was so exciting. So that changed my mind. I was like, okay, this is creative. We're doing amazing.
So what would your theme song be? You know, I think maybe Feel Good by Gorillaz, because Gorillaz is a very collaborative band, and also because, you know, it is admittedly very cool to be building animation, but, you know, we want people to feel good while they're doing it. Thank you. Okay, so there you have it. Another unforgettable fiesta where founders shine, inspiration is fueled, and stories are connected. We invite you to scan the QR code on Friday. We'll be sharing each of these founder stories in our newsletter to further celebrate and highlight them. The after party is over at Bull and Bowl, which is off of 501 West 6th Street. And because at Fiesta, the networking doesn't end, it just changes venues. I'd like to invite all the founders back up here to get a photo, and let's give them all a round of applause. They were amazing. Y'all all did such a great job. Y'all can hide y'all's. Make sure everybody's up here. Let's do the tall folks in the back. Yeah, come. Yeah, if I can squat, some others can squat.
I'll get in.
Okay, good.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us today. We do need to clear out this room so we can get it cleaned so that you guys can enjoy it again tomorrow. But do join us for our happy hour at Bull and Bowl. We'll see you there. And if you are Connector Plus, you get 2 drink tickets, so definitely make your way over before the lines get too long. Thank you again. We do need to clear out this room. This room is now closed. Thank you, everyone, so much. And if you brought trash in with you, please take it out with you. Thank you.